Good morning. Good evening. Good afternoon. I just heard a knocking noise. It was just construction. Stop knocking. You can't come in. Away with you, Wally. How's everyone doing? What's up, everybody? Welcome on back. It's me, your friendly local neighborhood Zenosfire. What the frig is this knocking noise? Losing my mind. Hey Dalen, how you doing today? Techno, what's up, Dova? How you doing, Douche Lord? Hey Iron, what are you up to today? Good welcome in, Rogue. Hope you're feeling well today. How you doing, Echo? Good to see you again, Cardi. Hey Fred, welcome back. Been a little while. Valley, how you doing? What's up, Tracy? Mask, what you up to? Sirion, how you doing today? What's up, Nair? There, I got it that time. How you doing, Dragon? What's up, Ace? Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well today. Hello, Zoes. What's up, Random? Scotty? Daiko? Random Boy? Hey, Grim. How you doing? What you up to? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you again, Wannabe Hero. What's up? S'mores and Akbalov. Ooh. Give the boy a treat. Okay, I'll give the boy a treat in a hot second here. Ooh, 50 stream streak for you, Douche Lord, and a 10 stream streak for you, Nair, and Akblov, 10 for you. Very nice. Uzi on a 5? Heck yeah, we love those stream streaks. We love seeing them. And how you doing today, Miffy? Concave stream? It's a good joke. You're a funny person. You're so funny. Is that a jersey? Yeah, so when we went to TennoCon this year, the creators got these jerseys. They're baseball jerseys. Oh yeah, it's your birthday today. Everybody say happy birthday to Riaz. Yo, Barty, what you up to? Barty's got one of these. Barty looks spiffy in this as well. Alrighty. Alrighty. It's also your grandmother's birthday. Word to your grandma. Word to your grandma. Okay, y'all know what we're doing. Y'all know what we're doing. We doing... Apparently, Zaku was my most played frame last year because of the dailies. They're so comfy. They're really nice, actually. I'm a big fan. Dova for the gifted sub to Riaz. Heck yeah! Hell yeah! Caught streaking 10 times? She. What are you gonna do? Douche Lord, you said you want to join, and I did see a Cardi there too. Cardi, you want to join? How you doing, General? What's up? Welcome on in. Was Wisp because she was your first frame? Nice. We are all full up. A hockey jersey this year? I kind of hope that we get a hockey jersey this year. But you know what it might be? Because TennoCon's happening during the same time as the World Cup, and the World Cup is being hosted in Canada, US, and Mexico. My bet would be that we might get a soccer jersey instead this year. Right? It is FIFA World Cup happening here in North America, and it is during the same time as TennoCon. Might be. Yours was Rhino because you started playing 4 weeks after Isleweaver launched. Oh, that makes sense. Soccer jersey? That's what I think. Your most played was Volt Rainy? Heck yeah. They're hosting one in Seattle? Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what happens here in the city. I think Toronto is gonna be a fairly busy place during that, because we're kind of the big city in Canada. So I think we're gonna get a little bit crazy up in here. Just a little bit crazy. Those soccer hooligans. We don't deal with those here. Reb was using a Tenno jersey. Yeah, she was using, she was wearing a Tenno hockey jersey. So I think you're right that we might be getting a hockey jersey, but it might be a soccer jersey because of the World Cup happening. Lumenfield, NFL ML team is pretty loud. Ooh, that'll be nice though. I don't know if there's gonna be anything up here, but you know what? Let's go up here and find out. There's literally, why is this elevator here? Why is this elevator here, game? Why did you spawn that? When you went last week, we caused a 5.1 earthquake. Hell yeah. Yours was Volt Prime? Heck yeah. For your most used frame. Hey, J-Chan, what you up to? How are you doing?
There's a heavy unit approaching.
You wonder when we're getting a hockey Warframe? Honestly, I'm shocked that we haven't gotten a hockey Warframe yet. When the Leafs win the Stanley Cup, is when we'll get a hockey Warframe. So sadly, that does mean that we're never getting a hockey Warframe. Sadly, it means we're not getting one. A hockey mini game? Imagine that's a thing. Another day? How am I? I'm doing pretty dang good. I'm having a fun little day. Lunaro? That's more like Warframe lacrosse, not hockey. That's more Warframe lacrosse than hockey. Give the boy a treat. Okay, NPC, I just gave him a treat, so I'm gonna give him that second treat in just a little bit of time here, okay? I don't want to give him too many at once and make his poor stomach upset. An ice frame that runs on ice? That would be cool. Soccer frame? That would be actually pretty cool. Can we... Listen, they aren't giving it to us in Final Fantasy 14. Can we get Blitzball in Warframe? Can we get Blitzball in Warframe, DE? Or whatever the heck it's called in Final Fantasy 10. Oh, that would be so cool. I played the hell out of Blitzball. Griffball? Wow, that's a... That's a callback. Griffball. I don't think any of you know what Griffball is. I would be really shocked if any of you remember Griffball. Yo, Scotty. I said hi to you already. What's Griffball? It was a game mode that was made by Rooster Teeth for Halo when Halo had the Forge system, like way back in the day. And they like ran a bunch of they ran like some tournaments and they just had like fun in it. It was basically just like a little PvP game mode in like Halo, I think it was Halo 3 or Halo Reach era, somewhere in there. Vidaria Prime, just need to max out my mods. The hunt for Idol has begun. I believe in you. You got this. Was it Halo 3? Yeah, I thought it was Halo 3. Because it was relatively old. It wasn't Halo 4 new. This was like back when Bungie was running it. Because I think Halo 4 was 343, right? Like Reach was 343. That was the first 343 Halo title. Came out with the same time as the Heroic Pack. That's what I remember. Yeah, Reach. Oh, Reach was Bungie? I thought that was over. I didn't remember that Reach was Bungie. Yo, moderator, how you doing? Reach became the foundation for Destiny? Yeah, that is true. I want to check out Destiny again. I want to see what Destiny's up to these days. Maybe we'll do that one of these days on a variety day. Just go see what it's like. Oh, I know I'm Unk. I am Unk Prime. I'm aware of my condition. I'm old. I'm old Greg. Drinking Baileys from a shoe. What do you think the odds are there's any candies over here? Negative odds, actually. Who'd have thunk? Peculiar Audience, a good mod? It's literally a meme mod. It's literally a meme mod. It's not a real mod. It does nothing except for a meme. It exists for the funnies. It's Grunt birthday party in Warframe. That's what it is. Stop it with the knocking! You probably can't hear it, but it's annoying me. I could just be being infected by Wally. So you spend your ducats on a scam? I mean, I did say in my short yesterday, this is a meme mod. Destiny 2 is still your most played game. Will probably remain that way forever. Yeah, I mean, I hope that Bungie fixes themselves out and gets themselves sorted out. I really hope so. You toss it out when you got space for it? Yeah, it's just there for fun. You wasn't here, but it was in the short. The short's always there. The short's always there. How dare you? I'm kidding, obviously. It's a Saturday, so -20, no construction worker. No, but I'm in an apartment building, so they do construction whenever they have the people to do it. Yeah, Ubisoft, Ubisoft's getting real Ubisoft right now, that's for sure. Poor Ubisoft. Yo, Carp, how you doing? Oh, what one is it? No, is it the bad one? Oh, did I just leave someone on the ground? No, I didn't. Okay. I think we're in the bad one. Ducket farming? Hell yeah. Always need more ducats, Dogo. Poor Ubisoft is a sentence you never thought you would hear. Yeah, I mean, they have done it to themselves, so what can I say? They've quite literally done it to themselves. As it turns out, poor company decisions leads to poor sales, which leads to poor stock prices. Who'd have thunk that? Who would have thunk? Come on. There we go. See, that's what I want. I want a Waka frame. Listen, DE, hear me out. Waka. Give me a Waka frame. Let me throw giant soccer balls into people's heads. Give me an exalted soccer ball weapon. Dino, welcome in. How you doing? Still shocked Ubisoft refuses to cancel Beyond Good and Evil 2. It was announced like 18 years ago. No, it wasn't announced 18 years ago. What are you doing here, bud? Oh, okay, bye. No way it was 18 years ago. Jair has a bowling ball? No, I want Blitzball. I want Waka. You seem to misunderstand. I don't care about anything else. I want Waka. When was the big trailer for Beyond Good and Evil 2? That wasn't 18 years ago. Because I remember there was a big trailer for it, like, what, maybe like 6 years ago? Right? Wasn't there? Am I thinking of a different game? I might be thinking of a different game. 2017? Ah, that's what I'm remembering then. I'm remembering the 2017. I thought that was the announcement. Show of hands for people under 30? Oh no. Why you gotta call out the children like that? These poor children. They don't know the true state of the world yet. The children yearn for the mines. True and real. Yo, Hatters, how you doing? When you're watching the dev stream, your wallet started to cry. My wallet started to cry too. Yo, Rue. Good job yesterday. Well done, well done. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hiya! And hiya! And hiya! And hiya! Hey, get off my point, nerd. Should we pay children less for working in the mines just because they're smaller? Yes. Exhausted but recovering? Hell yeah. Well, you just sit back and you relax. I hope that you have an excellent restful day, get some delicious grub, maybe a nice, like, a stew or a chili. Will Vauban be unvaulted? They haven't announced Vauban being unvaulted, but if they follow the trend of other when other heirlooms came out, like when Ember heirloom came out, they brought back Ember the Ember Relics. So I mean, I'm gonna guess that they're gonna line that up. I have no actual evidence. Region chat yesterday, Rue, you were a busy man. Rue's always busy. What's a good primary weapon that doesn't need external buffs to do well in the steel path? The Cedo. The one that I'm using right now. Cedo Prime. It's one of the best weapons in the game. Didn't they give away a free Valkyr Prime with her heirloom? Technically no, but sort of yes. They gave away a Valkyr Prime as the Twitch drop for TennoCon, which was like 2 weeks before they released her heirloom. So like technically not, but like yes. You know what I mean? Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to a sub Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And Headless Horse Dude, if you watch today's short right there in the pinned comment, your answer will be there for you. You wish you can go to TennoCon? Well, I hope that you can come to TennoCon too one day. Hopefully this year. Remember, tickets for TennoCon are going live on February 27th at 4 p.m. Eastern. I will be going. If you want to meet me and hang out, I don't know how much hanging out we'll do, but if you want to meet me, because usually TennoCon is like very, like last year, I was spending most of the time like doing that networking thing, you know? So, and bothering Rue. I spent a lot of time bothering Rue. I looked at Rue with just like longingly from the audience to be like, Rue, pay attention to me, senpai. Pay attention to me, senpai. That's a dog. It's not an enemy. Dogs are not enemies. Dogs are friends. Fish are friends, not food. Yo, Dr. Dazzle, how you doing? Goss Deluxe skin looks like Eva. Yeah, they said they were going for like, Goss is like a fighter jet-esque, and Grendel is supposed to be like a tank-esque appearance. Are you sure about that, Zenos? I mean, most fish are friends, not food. Unless they're an invasive species, like a lionfish. The War Thunder set? Oh no. Incoming classified data breach. Watch out. Deluxe gave Transformer vibes? Yeah, a little bit. I'm with you on that one. I love that Goss Deluxe with like the Paralympian sprinter leg look, you know what I mean? I think that looks super cool. You would cook Fishinachi? Oh man, poor Fishinachi. What did it ever do to you? What the hell, man? Why you gotta do that to Fishinachi? Just fell asleep in your chair, gotten so used to watching MH's videos before sleeping that you're programmed to sleep when MH video is playing? That's hilarious. Caldoth, welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, Excelsior skin was dope too. The Master skin was sick. Oh, that Master skin. Can we fry up Bird 3? No! Bird 3's best boy. We can fry up Tagfer though.
The data you have collected here today will go a long way in supporting our cause.
Keep your Warhammer 40k in your pants? How dare! No. Space Marines, attack! Not Tagfer, he's your favorite? Dear. Dear. Fishinachi would make good fish and chips? Oh my lord. Okay, we got room for one for Cephalon Suda dailies. Who wants to join? Who wants to join Akblov? Done. Who sent me a friend request? I'll look at that later. Interception on Sedna. Ooh, this might be the good interception. Tagfer wouldn't be the way he is if it wasn't for spoilers. True and real. The Antler for venison burgers? Is that place still open? I'm legitimately surprised that place is still open, if I'm gonna be honest. When grinding relics, do you know a fast way to refill? Oh, we got the bad map. We got the bad map. For void traces, typically speaking, honestly, I just go in and do like relic missions. Remember that a companion with like resourceful retriever or loyal retriever has a chance to increase the amount of reactant you get, and resource booster, the orange one, also increases it. So I would definitely recommend that if you're low on void traces, you should maybe look at investing in some boosters. Hey Andromeda, how you doing today? But otherwise, like, Void Cascade is very, very good for void traces just because it's so fast. Otherwise, like, I just do, like, defenses or survivals. What's a good Kuva farm outside of Arby's? The one that I like doing is especially when, there is a, what is it called? A Requiem mission, a Requiem relic on the Kuva survival. You can go in, get Kuva from the relics, and also get Kuva from the actual mission. That's like another way to do it. Steelpath, good Kuva farm? Yeah, exactly. That's the way that I do it outside of arbitrations. If you're looking for something different than Arby's. Why do you always remember the word you're blanking on after you ask? That happens to me all the time too, don't worry. Been good, just got the Strong Incarnate. Ooh, the Strong Incarnate is a very fun weapon. I like it. Should you sell your Soma Riven? If you want to. Not just a new? Yup. You have a question. Is there a way to make Jade Light Xmas invulnerable, but still have it summon the Jade Light Beam on yourself? You want to try something on Trinity's Link? Summoning Xmas units in the Simulacrum and turn off the enemy AI and turn on invincibility? I think it's kind of the only way that you could do that, but I don't know if that would make the enemies inactive if you're invincible. But you can make them invincible. So, like, you go that route. Right? Jade Light Xmas invulnerable, but still have it summon the Jade Light Beam on yourself. I mean, theoretically speaking, I think that you could just go in and do it there. Right? Like, summon in an Xmas unit until you get the Jade Light Xmas, because it like rotates what enemies get spawned, or just like summon in a bunch, kill anything that's not a Jade Light Xmas, and then turn them on to being invincible through the simi options. Probably your best bet. Just started crafting Coleman today, but as soon as he's done, he's getting sent to the Helminth. And someone asked me for how do you build out Zaku. Just there's my build there. What is in my the best companion? I really do like the Panzer Vault Violet just because it's free viral spreading. It's just kind of nice to have. Also activates Archon Stretch, which is quite powerful. But if not that, then I would say like somewhere between the Dirigia, the Feral Predacite is my other go-tos. Nautilus is incredible as well for the enemy grouping function. And also, just the Nautilus can do some really silly damage. So somewhere in there. Hey May, how you doing today? What you up to, May? How was your day?
Capture another signal. Be careful though. The enemy has surely rallied stronger reinforcements.
You love your Naut? Yeah, Nautilus is good fun. Panzer you go to, but Dirigia is pretty useful. Yeah, Dirigia is really, really useful. Primer Turgid with Sickening Pulse? Yeah, I don't do Sickening Pulse. I just use it as a primer for melee. Hey, Metal Twig, how you doing today? Just had the idea of using Link's damage redirection to deal some silly amount of damage to every linked enemy, but you don't want the Jade Light Xmas who cast the beam to die in the process. I don't know how you could have one person invincible and then the rest not. Theoretically. Is it ducats or ducats? It's ducats. That's even what, what's-his-face says. If you're ever wondering the pronunciation of something, just go up to an NPC that says it. Barrow says ducats. And thus it is ducats. You alright? How about me? I'm doing pretty good. Or, as I say, duckies. We gotta get some more duckies. Duckies is more fun? Yeah, see? Just live your best life. Duckies for days. I have no idea where people got the idea that it's pronounced ducats, not ducats. Because, like, I think everything in the game says ducats. To my knowledge. But everyone's like, it's not ducats, that's saying it wrong. I'm like, you're dumb. Figure as much as thought there might be some niche tech that you weren't aware of. Not that I can think of, at least. But maybe there is some tech that I don't know about. Phonetics are wild. English is hard. Close to being LR4 techno? Heck yeah! Shout to come see the build? Yeah, I do want to check it out. I want to check out your little observatory thing. I do want to check that out. Hey, Buttons, how you doing today? You're doing great. How about me? I'm doing pretty dang good, actually. Just getting our day started, getting our dailies done. So just having a nice little relaxy time. Hey, how about you get off my point? When will the Gauss Deluxe? That will be a part of the Shadowgrapher, which is, Shadowgrapher is going to be in March. We don't have an official release date yet. Just sometime in March. But what if you want to be on my point? You're not allowed. It's my point. It's only mine. If you're trying to steal my point, I will fight you. In the Conclave. 1v1 mid. Shadow Fiend mid. Let's go. You hope something happens with Necros during Shadowgrapher? Ooh, that'd be kind of cool. I'd be down for that. Which Warframe do you think you could beat IRL? None. We measure success in kills per minute. I wouldn't beat any of them. They've kicked my ass.
Data you have collected here today will go a long way in supporting our cause.
No, I don't think I could. I think Baby would beat me. Baby would beat me. I know, I'm realistic. Baby would beat me. Mobile defense, word. No, I don't think any Warframe could be beaten. You could take on any Warframe IRL, just not in a fight. I don't think that's true either.
This is a mobile defense mission.
I don't even think you could take Clem in a 10v1. No, he's got a Grakata, the most powerful weapon in Warframe. You could never beat Clem. What fool would think that you could beat Clem?
What an interesting place. I appreciate
Brave of you. It's like asking how many lions could you beat to a human. People really seem to overestimate how many animals they could beat. Most humans can't fight a deer, and deer are stupid.
I need access to a terminal.
Deer are when they get angry, they get kicky. And they get real punchy. 1 billion lions versus the sun? Okay, well, that's cheating. Wait, huh? Yeah. 100 men versus a gorilla? No, that wouldn't work either. Let me put it this way. There's a reason why we developed weapons. There's a reason why we have weapons as humanity. Because we were not strong enough to be able to survive without it. 100 lions versus a hippo? I think the hippo would still win. Hippos are walking land tanks. They're not animals. They're forces of nature. There's a candy right here. What are you doing? It's my candy. I found it. Cows kill more people than sharks do, and hippos kill more than that.
That's it. It will be a perfect space. Drop it so you can synthesize it for me.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
I popped my air support. Why did I come back for that loot? I knew there was nothing there. Wait, nobody's defending? Okay, fine. I guess I'll defend. I guess I'll do the defending. No one else is. Shake my head. Shake my head. Hippos kill like 500 people a year. Hippos are vicious animals. Don't ever try to fight a hippo. They look kind of derpy, but they are walking land tanks. There's a reason why Colombia is having so many problems with hippos. Let me put it that way. Did you know that Colombia has a hippo crisis? Justine, welcome in. How you doing, Flex? How you doing? You call that natural selection? Yeah. Yep, the hippos. Pablo Escobar's hippos. Which, like, you know, don't try to mess up with hippos. They will end you. They have no natural predators. They are violence incarnate. Pablo Escobar had hippos, not Pablo Warframe hippo. Pablo Warframe does not have hippos. I mean, maybe Pablo from Warframe has hippos that I don't know about, but I doubt it.
Location reached. Drop me in and defend our position. I'm in 10.
8-hour survival? Why are you doing that? You're crazy. I can't stay in a mission for 8 hours. Yeah, I don't know. I've got like I got 100 or so of the Vanguard relics. I think we're just gonna crack them all during the when I do my subathon. What are your thoughts about Elemental Ward and its augment with persistence on Necros? What is Elemental Ward's augment? Everlasting Ward? Yeah. Yeah. Everlasting Ward's not really all that good, unfortunately. You might be thinking of Guardian Armor, which is Vex Armor's augment, which is not his helmet ability. But I don't really think Elemental Everlasting Ward is really all that impressive, personally. Already 500 steel essences? Oh my lord. You're dedicated to the bit, and I can appreciate that. Ooh, I'm in a lot of pain today. Holy smokes. Ooh, I'm in pain. It's no difference. Ooh. Ooh.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
What if they did Vex Armor instead of Elemental Ward as Chroma's Helmet? Well, considering it's the ability that gives you the highest amount of base damage on some frames and weapons, that would be really crazy. What did I eat to get a tummy ache? No, it's, my abs are angry at me for some reason. I think I probably just need to drink some more water. Abs? Yeah, the ab muscles. I don't have abs. I'm Canadian. I gotta put fat on for the winter. It's how we survive in Canada. We eat poutine in the fall and we bulk up. Every season's bulk season. We're built for the North. Wouldn't the augment for Elements Award apply to the shadows? Yeah, but I'm wondering why, because Elements Award gives you, depending on what version, reload speed stuff, or shield stuff, or more health, or more armor with a damage reflection. So like, the more the question is what is your goal with the build, right? Because they don't get bonus damage. They would get more health, but they wouldn't get any health regeneration. So like, that's what I'm wondering, what's your thought process for the build is probably a better question for what I'm asking you. And we do gotta run a quick ad break, so we're just gonna run that now. You know the deal, we gotta run ads every once in a while so that we don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, to sub to our server, otherwise see you second. Just notice, update your streaming layout. This is still, it's been this way for a little while now. But I am gonna be redoing it, probably in the next week or two. I want to improve it a bit more.
What an interesting place. I appreciate taking this task from me.
Just think it'd be a good idea. I think it would be interesting because the extra armor or health on them could be an interesting choice. So going heat or cold could be interesting. And then the extra health for Necros is, especially if you're doing a persistence build, wouldn't be a bad thing. But then my big question then would be is what are you doing to sustain your health pool if you aren't using some form of healing function? You know what I mean? Haro, as the introduction of Circumvent, you can zoom off his 1 and make your melee build. I use a melee build and I don't subsume off the 1 actually. And it works really, really well.
There's a heavy unit approaching.
And if you want to see that, you can type !Haro for more information. You have Equilibrium Blessing? Yeah, okay. So as long as you like have a way to regenerate your health, right? That's the most important thing. The other thing that I would recommend is you can put on your companion a mod. I forget what it's called now. It's the one that makes health orbs do more.
Get to a terminal.
So it gives you like an extra 60 health per health orb that you pick up. Restorative Bond, I believe it is. So you may want to look at Restorative Bond on your companion as well to help out more with that. Nexus? Oh, well, thanks for dropping that here. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the 3 months Prime. Super appreciate you. Restorative Bond, yeah? Okay, okay. Ooh, look, free Endo. Endo that I will never use. Anyone else got their Bezo bucks out there? Steal money from Jeff Bezos. I do say that mainly just because it's funny for me to say stealing money from Jeff Bezos.
Continue to defend.
Let's pop this over here. See if anything pops up. Money? What's that? I don't know. I got no clue. You finished what you're doing with Equinox? Yeah, I saw that. That looked really interesting. I was like, huh. Nifty. Alright, so it's not this way. I wonder where number 8 is. Money is such a strange concept. It's true. It's true. We should go back to bartering. My girl.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend.
We're still missing a candy somewhere. But I think that we might have just lost that one. How can you do 4 syndicates? You get one group up first, then you pair it up with a second group that has the least reputational harm to the first pairing, and level them up and pledge them. So in the case of mine, you get Cephalon Suda and Arbiter's Hexus up to maximum. Then you switch over to Steel Meridian, and then you do Steel Meridian dailies and Cephalon Suda dailies for your rep. And then that's how you can maintain 4 at max rank.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
And if you need a better explanation, I'll pull it up when I'm done here, and I'll show you. Yep, there's a combination with each of the pairings, right? So there's, you know, 3 different groups and 3 different pairings between them that allow you to do this tech. So you can do any combination. I just do Cephalon Suda and Steel Meridian because it was the last group of rep that I needed items from.
The odds were against us, Tenno.
Do Red Veil New Loka? Yeah, Red Veil New Loka is another route to go as well, if you feel like doing that grouping. All right, there we go. Easy peasy.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Alrighty. Are we all good? We're all good. Perfect. GG. Get on my squad. Just got your Kuva back. Heck yeah, legend. I love the Kuva back. Okay, so if you go in here, just to go back to what we were talking about. So you can see here that when you mouse over, you can see who they do what I call reputational damage. So the opposed and the enemy factions. Opposed and enemies and allied, right? So these 2 are paired, these 2 are paired, these 2 are paired. What you do is you take a look at these factions and see who does the least reputational harm to each other when you're trying to do the pairings. So for instance here, Cephalon Suda, or Red Veil, has rep with Meridian giving, but then has negative rep with Suda and Arbiter's Hexus. So you do not want to be using Red Veil with these 2, right? But here, New Loka parent sequence. Okay, so this one here does no damage to these ones here, right? This one does damage to Red Veil, and this one does damage to Red Veil. So, but this one does the least amount of damage to Red Veil. So what you do is you get Cephalon Suda and Arbiter's Hexus up to rank 5, and then you swap your pledge to Steel Meridian. So your daily standing cap goes into Steel Meridian, and then you do Cephalon Suda and Steel Meridian dailies until everybody's up at rank 5. But, and then there's this way too, with Red Veil, New Loka, because New Loka deals damage here, Red Veil deals damage to neither of these, so then you have Red Veil, New Loka. And then for this pairing, it's Cephalon Suda and Parent Sequence as your second combination. But why when you use Raxia 4, the Toxin Bullet's not imbued on your Sobek? It does show up on your Sobek, but it shows up in the bottom right here. Right? Shows up down here on the weapon. It doesn't show up in the actual weapon here because you need to activate the ability in order for you to have it. Yo, Adam, it's been a long time. How you doing today? If you go Red Veil New Local route, the augment mods you'll miss out are Limbo and Mirage as well as Fluctus apart from there. Yeah. So that's why the reason why I switched over so that I would have access to everything. So Araxia's Toxin bonuses won't show up in here. You just need to activate the ability in order for it to be on the weapon. Okay, I have to trade Rogue. Rogue, do you remember what the giveaway was for yesterday that I gave you? Or that I was supposed to get to you? I think I wrote it down, actually. Hold on. Yes, it was Garuda. It shows white bullet when you activate Araxia's 4. It should be showing green. I'll pull it up here just to see if it's bugged, if it's a me thing or if it's a you thing. Or if it's like a game thing or if it's just a you thing. Would you recommend doing all syndicates at least once for the rewards or buy it like weapons? I mean, that's what I did. Like, that's why I do it the way I did it, so that I would have access to everything without having to do trading. But you can obviously trade with other players in order to get the stuff that the other syndicates have, right? So if you do what I did, but you're wanting like the Sancti Magistar, which you're not attached to reputation-wise, then you trade with somebody else for that. Garuda. Boop, there you go, Rogue. So, like, you know, you can trade with other people if you want to. Can you, wait, can you max out all 6 of the syndicates? I don't think that you can. You're gonna save literal days if you just trade for syndicate stuff? Yeah, but it depends on how you want to do it, right? I like to be able to grab everything myself because I don't care for trading. Like, I give stuff away for people. But I do run 4 syndicates at a time. I know some people do have 5 syndicates. I don't think you can get to all 6. I do know some people who have 5 syndicates. Thank you very much, Rogue, for the Caliban. We'll add that to the giveaway pool. It is it's like a lot of work to have 5 going at once, if I remember correctly. You can do it. It is possible, but it's just like so much extra work. Which at that point, is that extra work worth it, or should you just trade with people? Yeah, I saw the DM, May. I'm just gonna pull up this thing here real quick first. Orexia. Sobek. I just want to check something for legend here real quick. What would you recommend to use with Banshee? Do you mean mods? Do you mean... What do you mean? Got it. So Max AO5 is kind of micromanaging. It's like, it's annoying. It's very, very frustrating. Yeah, so Legend, it's working for me. You can see down there. It's when you reload, it does reset. So see, it goes white when you reload and then it turns back on. So it does function. What guns would I use with Banshee? Honestly, because of how strong Banshee's second, third ability combo and that whole the resonance thing is, it really doesn't matter what weapon you bring. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, you can damage cap with the Stug with that combo. Do not work on the modes? Yeah, they were asking specifically with their Sobek. So that's why I pulled out my Sobek. Do the same thing, but it doesn't show. What platform are you on? You should make a bug report. Because if that's happening to you, then it's probably also happening to other people. So you should make a bug report. PS4? So yeah, that might be a PS4 problem. So if you have the ability to, you should go to warframe.com, the forums, and look on there. Okay, May wants to show off. May's been working on something in her dojo, so I want to see what it is. I want to see what you're doing. Uriel Rune, unless it was patched, would override heat damage. Yeah, that I believe got patched. I believe that got patched. I'm just gonna go in May first, and then I'll fix my settings. I want to see what the lighting thing looks like, and then I'll switch the settings. Maybe your connection? Oh, maybe it's a host desync error. Were you host or were you wow, May. Okay, let me change the settings to what you said. So, character shadows off. Character shadows off. Dynamic and volumetric lighting on. Dynamic and volumetric lighting on, and bloom set to 50. Ah, I see what you mean. Yes, I see what you mean. Just testing in Simulacrum? Yeah, that was working in Simi for me. So then that sounds like, wow, that actually looks really cool. Holy crap. How did you do the constellations, May? Are these like actual panels in the game? What the hell? Are these do these exist in the game, or how did you make these? Different decorations? Holy crap. And then you got the whole solar system up here too? That's actually, oh my gosh, they're rotating even. Okay, that's pretty neat. That's actually pretty cool. Wait, can we see? Oh. This is so cool, May. Wait, what's this? Oh, it's navigation. Oh, that's super cool. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. That's super neat. Holy crap. Damn. So, hold on. May, how did you make these? Wait, no. We're back. No. Hold on. No, I'm not following you. No, I lied. How did you make these? I need to know how you made all these constellations. Are these like individual panels that come in the game? Like these exist? For the constellations? I've never seen these before. That's so cool. Huh. That's just so freaking cool. They're individual spotlights and another deco to make the individual lines. Okay, you drew all these out yourself? Okay, that's all right. Yeah, you built different. Yeah, you just built different. Are these like actual constellations? Like, I recognize like a few of these little ones, but like some of these other ones I don't really recognize. That's so cool, May. All 12 of the Zodiac constellations? Holy smokes. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, right. Some of these have 2. You have 2 and you have 2. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I'll follow you now. Where are we going? Oh, those light beams on there look a little weird. Is we checking out the church? This room too? I do like this. Hey, it's a vault. Hey, I think there's a vault over there. I don't know what's telling me. This is really cool. Oh, ooh, that looks cute too. Ooh. Okay, this is actually really, really cool. I love this. The Church of Corruption? Hell yeah. Oh, this is so cool, May. Wait, I can't go into the vault. It won't let me in the vault. Oh, it's because you have the things back here. Ah, I see. You have the things back here so that you can walk up and click on them. Instead of using heat to strip, what do you think about corrosive? Yeah, if you got the mod capacity, absolutely. I usually just tend to go heat because of the super high status chance for the damage with heat. It's less the armor strip and more the damage. Okay, go. I'm following. Off you go. Off you go. Or is this it? This is what we're checking out? I'm not gonna lie, I love this. I love this little reading nook that you have up here. This is cool. A Loki with an overgrown tree through it. Oh, look at this. Hold on. There's stuff up here. Look at that. Oh, my Lord, May. You are too much. This is to pay homage to the fact that Loki was a starter. I love it. That's so cool. Look at all these vines and stuff growing up the walls. Holy smokes. Holy. This is way too much. Listen, I wish that I had skills like this. I don't. So I just live vicariously through people who are good at fashion frame. Hello, other person. I love this. This is so cool, man. Oh. Oh, that is super cool. Do you got anything else? Any other fun rooms that we can go check out? Like, I know that these are the 3 rooms that you worked on, but are there any other rooms here in the dojo? Like, your rooms are gorgeous. This is so... Listen, this here is outrageous. The fact that you did the Zodiac things there. Oh. Oh. Teleporter. What one should I go to? Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me. You want to support the community. Twitch up to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you second. Fashion runway? Fashion runway. It's a giant freaking tent over here. I love... Okay, the fact that you got a little microphone stand here is really cute. This is adorable. This is so cool. And then this is too... Why did... You built a whole back of stage here too? With little lockers and a ladder? This is way too much. Holy crap. What the hell? Oh. Sorry, I tore your tent. I'm sorry. I tore your tent. That is so cool. Holy smokes. Did you do this whole room, May? You got a little carnival. You got little stalls. Look at this. This is so fun. I love this so much. Look how cool this all is. Is the other clan decorator? Well, your other clan decorator has done some really impressive stuff. Oh, look at the little merry-go-round with the different statues. I love it. Oh, that is so cool. Also, teleporter, Nunya? Okay, so it's the same tile, but very, very different. You got a little pirate spaceship or floating airship. Ooh. What? This is legitimately really fun. Oh, I can't go in there apparently. Oh, little grotto spa. Ooh, that's fun. That's neat. Hiya. Oh. Oh. The none of your business is the name of the boat. I appreciate that so much. Yo, Glow, how you doing? This is really, really cool. Maximus is from the clan. Welcome on in, Maxis. This is super cool. Look at all this! Holy smokes! You got like an accidental parkour. Oh wait, are these teleports? No. Yeah, I was wondering if these were teleports I could go through and like end up in some weird place. That's super cool. Thank you so much, Bay, for showing that. I really love it. Quite enjoying my shorts. My shorts are pretty good actually. They're a little tan right now. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're comfy. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, I'm so funny. Okay, sigh. Sigh. The puns are infectious. Daily obligation to push back the MR test. Thank you very much. It's 5 months now, or no, 6 months even now. More relics. Okay. Let's take a quick peek at some people's stuff, and then we'll go run some relics ourselves. Uzi, what you got? Titania. Ooh. I think I want this blue a little bit more vibrant, considering how dark the Vanta Black is. A little bit more vibrant. Supreme, welcome in. That's really cool. Not so sold. Oh, you know what? I was gonna say I'm not super sold on these shoulders, but you got the metallic on the skin there, so it actually goes really well. Excalibur Umbra. Ooh, putty. I do love purple. I do love purple. I think I would want this color a little bit brighter, but that could just be Look Link with darker tones right now is doing some funny things. Saren. No helmet, multi-augmented efficiency. Regenerative venom. Adaptation. Okay, yeah, I like this. The only thing that I would like keep an eye out. I mean, you do have regenerative mold, actually. That should be enough for your survivability. I mean, you probably don't need mold efficiency here, so you could go into something else. But honestly, you know, the extra duration for venom dose and your buffs is actually pretty solid, so makes sense. Misreviewing your build, so you're resigning it. Yeah, no, I like it. Regenerative mold. You got sort of healthy stuff. Mold efficiency, multi-augmented. I like it. I like. Archon continuity doesn't do anything on Saren, you're told. No, but they may just be putting it on for their regular, right? Toxin, attack steal additional toxin damage. In theory, what it should do, if I remember correctly, is, well, this does toxin damage. An additional, does this give you toxin damage and... This would give you toxin damage and corrosive damage, right? Through venom dose? I always forget about Saren. I don't play Saren very much. Toxic Lash doesn't interact with continuity? Oh, that's weird. Huh, alright. Yeah, so you can switch this out for a regular one then. Regular continuity, it's not like you need the mod capacity. Well, you might want the mod capacity if you go for like something there. The thing is, on the one, Saren does corrosive. It was more wondering if Toxic Lash applies the corrosive as well, so that you would be applying Toxic Lash. Whoa, Sabretooth, it's been a little while. How you doing? Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 11 months Prime. The question was so that Toxic Lash with Venom dose would then apply 2 corrosive stacks, right? So this applies corrosive, this would apply toxin, and then you would be applying toxin, thus applying a corrosive, and thus also applying a corrosive, right? So you would be applying 2 corrosive is my question. But apparently not. Doesn't really count as ability in most cases, it's like duplicating your frame? Okay. Yeah, I don't really play Saren all that much, so I'm not super knowledgeable on her. Mesa? Ooh, I do like. Riaz, what you got? Please help. Thank you for all the happy birthdays. Yes, what you got? Range, decent amount of range. You could probably use some more range on here though. I wouldn't use barrier. I'd switch out barrier for Aegis. You got expertise for more shields. Barrier is just not good these days for what it activates and for the percentage chance. Generally speaking, you should just go for Aegis instead. I mean, the only other thing is that if you're playing around for here, you might want to switch out Blazing Pillage for Aegis Gale, which would work really well on here. Although, typically speaking, with Aegis Gale, you want more range, so like you would then maybe switch out Primed Vigor here for Overextended to throw more range into Balefire. But I think what you have here is super solid. I feel like this isn't super necessary, but it is nice to have the backup health just in case. And like, that's why I like it, but it's not super necessary. Balefire Charger build, Enervate. Remember, Balefire Charger deals AoE damage, so Galvanized Shot's not going to be doing a whole lot for you. Right? Direct damage. So just keep that in mind. This isn't going to be doing a whole lot, if anything, for you. Magnum Force is the right call, though. Galvanized Diffusion, Lethal Torrent instead of this, probably. More of a fire rate, more multi-shot. Balefire Charger 2. Yeah, switch this out for Magnum Force instead of Hornet Strike, so the AoEs get spread more out. Magnetic Might, Target Cracker, Jolt. So what? Corrosive Heat, Magnetic? Yeah, nice. Looks good to me. Looks good to me. Off you go. What do we got here? Ooh, Naga, I love this. That's kind of cool. Tentaglaxian, Merciless, Shred, Hunter, Munitions, Photon Overcharge. Yeah, looks good to me. The only thing, obviously, Prime Shred when you can. I'm not a big fan of Hunter Munitions, and if you are going in for Hunter Munitions, you may want to switch off of Corrosive into Viral, so that you will be getting that bonus for slash damage here, right? Viral slash, the old school tech. And since you got cold on here, depending on what your element is, if you're running cold into heat, is probably what you're doing, so that you have blast, and blast corrosive is incredibly strong. And at that point, then I wouldn't go viral if you're running heat as your progenitor. Occucore, Cascade of Flare, Ice Storm for the magazine capacity. I would probably just use the 60 cold. Viral Heat Rad. I would highly recommend Punch Through on here. Chain Beams and Punch Through is a really important tech. Every enemy hit by the main beam with the chain beam weapon will have the chains off of it. So you definitely want to be getting some chain on here. But, oh wait, this is the Occucore, not the Cycron. I thought this was the Cycron. Sorry. I thought this was the Cycron. Sorry. Ignore what I just said. You have Sentient Surge. Sorry. That makes sense because you have Sentient Surge so that you can get it charged up faster. Sorry. Ignore what I was saying. No, this looks great. Nothing really to say. Nothing really to say other than obviously get your mods maxed out. Magisar. That's a lot of stuff there. Corrupted Charge, Reflex, Seismic Wave. So it looks like you're doing it for the heavy attack build, right? Because of these. You might want to get, Killing Blow on here, because usually you go for the heavy slam build, which is what I'm guessing you're doing here. So you might want to switch out Weeping Wounds for Killing Blow, although you're probably using Weeping Wounds there in order to get your electricity activating more frequently. But at that point, you might just want to swap in the 60/60 electric and then maybe go that route instead. But like, yeah, no, I would probably keep it this way. Yeah, I'd probably keep it this way. Yep, I'd probably keep it that way. Andromeda, what you got? Cannonade, Savvy, Debilitate. Yeah, I was planning on doing Debilitate on my Strun as well. So you've got Blast and Viral going into your Debilitate. I would probably say that you do want to have another element on here. But that would like have to require removing this or going full status and going out a crit if you're wanting to go into Debilitate. But I think what you have here is pretty strong. You could obviously get the 60 or the primed mod here and the prime mod for electric instead, if you feel like it, just for more damage. That whole tech shenanigans there. Because right now with Debilitate, you're only getting cold and toxin from viral. So you might want to, that's why I'm thinking of like the magnetic mod or the radiation mod might be not a bad idea. But again, you would have to like move out of these guys here in order to do that. Just because Debilitate, I find, really does like to have as many of those individual combo elements as possible. But I think what you have here is very, very strong. I just don't know if I would use Debilitate with this build because you're only getting the functionality out of Viral. Psycho, what you got? Surging Blades. Okay, this was something that I was messing around with. But you put it over the 4? Interesting. Interesting. You're putting it over the 4. Precision Intensified to force strength into the Aqua Blades for the Surging Blades damage. Yeah, makes sense. I was actually doing a build with Aqua Blades, Surging Blades with Divine Retribution. Grouping enemies together with the Cyotid or another grouping function. Oh wait, does this? I forget. I think the Sciotid makes it so that they can't get Divine Speared up, but it is a ton of fun. Never caught one of your streams. Your Araxia build made you her third favorite frame. Heck yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. You know what? I like it. I mean, I would be inclined. No, but that extra strength into Surging Blades makes sense because you don't necessarily need the extra power strength for these other abilities. Like, it's nice for the health orb drop chance stuff. Or the damage and the damage vuln stuff, and then you kill people faster, so then they drop more health orbs, that whole mentality. But, like, also, this is really funny. I like it. That's kind of neat. I want to try to do, I might have to do an Aqua Blades Nezha now. Revisit that idea. Very cool looking Echo. The muted brown with the bright pinks, that's actually super neat. I like that a lot, Echo. Cuddly Woofer? Nope, that's not a Cuddly Woofer, that's a Caliban. Ace, what you got? Oh, so this was the Equinox thing that you were... Can you explain this to me? What was going on in this Equinox thing that you shared yesterday? Or you shared earlier on the Discord? Because you got circumvent... Because you were unkillable, so what was causing you to be unkillable with it? Nightforms 3 makes enemies do less damage? Oh. So you're playing the night form? So technically it's not DR, so it works on Overguard. Interesting. That's very neat. Huh. That's actually... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I actually want to test this out. Shield per kill? So then you're just getting constant... Oh, you know what? I want to try this now. This seems very interesting to me. This seems very, very interesting to me. Oh, that is super neat. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to try this out, Ace. Yeah, I need to try that. That seems like that would be actually a really fun build. Overguard DR tank. That is super interesting. Huh. Thanks for the follow, Zine and Garardaraki. However you pronounce that. But hi, welcome in. That's... How are you managing your energy? Right? Because this is a channel, right? Yeah, it's a channel. Bright Bonnet. Right, of course. That's how you're solving it. Bright Bonnet. Duh. Bright Bonnet's so good. That's really... You know what, Ace? I'm gonna have to give this a try for myself. This seems very, very interesting. I'm gonna leave that open there. I'm gonna mess with that today, actually. Bratton. Critical damage, damage to Corpus, damage to Grenier, minus slash. I mean, minus slash isn't that big of a deal. You can kind of work around it. And the critical damage is quite nice, but like the damage to Corpus doesn't really matter, but the damage to Grenier is very interesting. So, I mean, you could roll something better, obviously, like you could get crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, you know, the usual good things on here, but like that is not a bad roll, right? Because it's factional damage against the two most populous factions. Minus slash is not that big of a deal, and critical damage is pretty solid. So that's kind of interesting. I like that NPC. Akblov, Nesha. Ooh. I think this color here, because the shoulders are a different color palette, or a different color channel than the rest of the armor, I think it would make that like 1 or 2 tones darker. Just to give it like a little bit more definition. And also what it'll do is give, as you can see a little bit here on the sort of core, is it gets a color gradient. Very, very minor color gradient. You can see a little bit there. But I do like the way that looks, Akblov. Soma, that's a cool looking skin. Huh. Throw that on the wish list. Jair, what you got? All right, so let's see. Jair's definitely not a armor frame She's high strength, high range, and usually survives through survivability, like shield stuff. So you want to probably lean more into the shield side of things. If you want to see what my gyre looks like these days, I've got a few different builds for her there. So I'd look at those, maybe Akblov, and then for sort of some directions of where you want to go. Reload, crit damage, and multi-shot on a Electron Riven with no negatives. That's good, right? I mean, the reload doesn't really matter. The crit damage is really good, and the multi-shot's really good. So, like, certainly not a bad roll. Quite a good roll. Is it the best roll that you could get? Realistically, no. Is it a really good roll? Definitely. Definitely usable, definitely strong. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody, as well as feed my cat. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. We'll be back in just a minute here. And NPC, I'm giving the boy his treat with his... I have arrived. Yeah, I like that better, Akblov, personally. I like that better because it makes the white and the gold stand out a little bit more. Uzi, Valkyr. Yo, super cool looking Valkyr. I love that galaxy effect. Those color schemes are really nice. Maxis and Noodle, welcome on in. I don't like these shoulders. The rest of that looks good, but I really don't like those shoulders. But I also just generally hate those shoulders. Ooh, Saber, really, really, really cool. Really, 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 really cool. I love that. I like Baruch. Ooh, that's also really nice. Ooh, I also really like that. Octavia. Okay, Saber, I'm sorry. This has nothing to do with your fashion. Your fashion's great. I just hate this skin. I really, really dislike this skin. But the fashion does look good. I don't like that skin. I'm sorry. Just want to say thanks for all your shorts and info. It's been super helpful. More than happy to, Saf. Welcome on in. How you doing? That looks really cool, Zos. Very, very nice. With the metallics and the more neutral tones on there. Okay, where are we at? Okay, we'll take a look at Nat Panda, and then I want to try out that Equinox build. Fleeting Expertise, Gormond. Why Fleeting Expertise? Is my big question here. The Nezha, was it better with the darker tone? I think it looks better with the darker tone, but it ultimately depends on what you think. Do you like it better with a darker tone? I mean, I guess if you're just shooting up your efficiency for pulverize, but remember, efficiency and duration both work 1-to-1. So this is actually not helping this at all for the energy drain. Not sure how to build him for damage, so you're just looking at general thoughts of the build because you have zero clue how to build him to be efficient. Okay, so if you want to see my Grendel build, is there for you. That's using his Regurgitate Augment, Gastro. But generally speaking, if you're playing for just like a health tank Grendel who just runs around and roly-poly people, you want to be going like high strength, and you do want some range. You don't need to go super on the range though. But this much low duration is going to make you have to recast Nourish constantly. So you may want to remove this because this isn't helping here. And like your efficiency is not really ever going to be a huge problem on Grendel because Nourish is just so much extra energy. And then you got like Energize here. So take a look at my Grendel build for like general directions. I go like super high range for Regurgitate tech. But I think what you have there is like a good starting point. Plushy Grendel? I think we saw, I don't know if it was yours, but we did see a Plushy Grendel a few days ago and I do love it. No, it wasn't yours. But it does look fun. I do like. Okay, Riaz, we'll take a quick peek at yours. So this is Roar over the 4, Blazing Pillage tech, Expertise Aegis. Yes, I like this a lot better. I like this a lot better for me. Now remember, if you're not playing into the Balefire AoE, you may not need to go into Overextended, but if you are playing for Balefire, then this is a good shout. Aegis Gale, Blazing Pillage, Overextended. Yeah, I like this a lot more. The low duration's a little bit rough for Pillage, but you can just spam it at that point, so it's not that big of a deal. Expertise Aegis. Yeah, this all looks good to me. Yep. Nothing to say there. Okay, I wanna try that Equinox. So you're playing for a Nightform Equinox? Playing for a Nightform Equinox. Is that Nightform or Dayform? That's Nightform. Wait, hold on. Do I have this, but can I just like switch over the missiles here? Congrats, Civil. I just sent you my Equinox. James, welcome in. How you doing? For what? Nightform, you just have to be darker? So this should be Nightform now. We are matching. So what did you do on here? High range, high strength, Noko's Bright Bonnet, Circumvent. Okay. Probably don't need that. I don't think you went overextended. I think you went the other way. Transient, Blind Rage. What else did you have on here? Why am I not just doing this? Why don't I just do that? Okay, I think the only thing that I'm going to change for your build here, Aced, is drop. You're running an Umbral mod, so we can just throw an Umbral on here. Oh, wait, we're getting an Umbral. Do I need any Umbrals for any of the content that's coming up until March? No. Valbin. Do you need an Umbral? You already have an Umbral, so you're fine. Why does Contagion Bond nuke rooms? From the mod description, it sounds like it should be negative feedback loop, but that it shouldn't ramp up and damage as it chains. That it shouldn't ramp up in damage and chains more enemies. The thing is that what it does is it spreads up to 100 stacks of dots to enemies, right? And then that can trigger Contagion Bond and continuously explode. So you pair it up with like heat, you pair it up with toxin, or usually heat because of the mod Fired Up, I believe it's called. That it makes it do more heat damage, and then you just have it continuously just spawning and doing a ton of heat procs and causing huge explosions that way. Okay, what was I doing here? I wanted more duration here than what you're running. But I'm also going to throw on an Umbral for Umbral Intensify. And then I need a Circumvent, max rank, and then I need a, yeah, I'll have to put some Omnis on here. At least one Omni on here. Yeah, I'll need to put one Omni on here. Helminth, Bright. Over Metamorphosis for Night Tank. I have no idea what Niv Mizzet is. Rainy, I'm sorry. Scales lever companion's total modded damage, so it does way more damage. Yeah, that's precisely it. It like, fired up is wild. It does some really, really odd things. Okay, I think for now we're just gonna drop this so I can get the extra duration on here. Yeah. Best frame to take on Eidolons. The classic Eidolon hunters are your general go-tos, so that's things like Volt, Trinity, Volt, Oberon, Chroma, that type of stuff. You're not complaining about your Nautilus hitting 192 billion damage multiple times in a mission. Good to know how it actually works. Yeah, it's usually through the fired up stuff, typically speaking. What have I got on shards wise here? I got 2 cast speed shards and a strength. So let's throw on one more strength just for the fun of it. What would I pair this up with? Something with Fortifier. Something with Fortifier. Just for extra Overguard gen. I kind of feel like the Furus would go really well here. You had Grimoire? Yeah, I feel like the Grimoire would be a good choice. So if we did Fortifier... this is the voltage build. We'll just copy over to here. And then we'll go here, and then we'll go Fort. Oh. What are we doing here? Yeah. Yeah, but I tried to not do stuff like that specifically because when you make a build like too complex, it just ends up, you know, weighing people down eventually. Okay, so we're not doing the radiation stuff, so we could, oh, but I kind of do want to go into the crit side. Could I do crit side on here, realistically speaking? Yes. Do I want to? Do I want to is the better question. Do I want to? Remove that. Crit mods with Fortifier. What got all my evolutions here? Status chance. Okay, nothing there for crit. Magazine capacity, reload accuracy. The multi-shot tech with the electric. Latron Raven with 200% crit chance, viral or corrosive. I mean, typically speaking, viral is always a good choice. Probably like... Probably remove you. Target cracker. Action, swap polarity. Wait, is this gonna screw up this build? No, I can just move those. It's fine. Go like that. And then you can go there, and then we go here, and we go critical, pistol gambit, target cracker. There we go. So we're playing Crystaz hybrid, fulmination, or fortifier. Yeah, we'll try that. And then we need to get some omnis on here so that we can get the rest of our stuff on here. Overguard tanking with this. Interesting. Are you running maim as well? Or mend for the shields? Store health and shields for Equinox and allies. Because then you would have overguard and shields as your generating function, as your survivability function. Are you using rest at all? Is there a reason to be having Brightbond on the one? Just thinking like another survivability function of like turning one and off and on. That's shenanigans. Rest is just more survivability? Yeah, no, I mean, oh, you're just doing it for more survivability? Yeah, I don't think I would use that. I think I would like the tech of turning on and off. So I'm gonna try that first. And then if I don't like it, we'll swap it out. Ever back down. Because the other thing with the one switching back and forth is like a movement speed tech, right? So if you need to get from room to room, it can be quite useful that way. And then it also means that I don't need to worry about what element I have on there. Or what color channels I'm using. Is the other nice thing with that idea. Huh. Interesting. So we're gonna be sitting at 400 from just Molt Augmented, 425 plus whatever I get out of Bright Bonnet. So we're gonna be sitting at close to 500 strength without going into using the Arbus up there. Arcane Truculence, Truculence, Did I not get a command for that one? What? Stream elements. Here is a link to the short for you, and let me just fix that command right now. Check commands. Okay, there we go. All right, let's test this out. I'm kind of interested to see how well this will work. So the idea here is that this gives enemies a negative damage multiplier, so they're only dealing 15% of their damage possibility. And because it's reducing damage, that means that Overguard will be much more survivable. So Arcane Circumvent and Fortifier will be our main survivability methods. With the extra shield generation from our Night form here, and Metamorphosis swapping into Day form, Night form for speed boosts, damage multipliers, and so on and so forth. And that's the idea of what we're doing here. I actually really think this is interesting. This is a weird as heck build. Okay, let me just go in solo real quick. I want to see how well this works on my own, and then we'll do some relics with it. Hey, Peanuts, how you doing? How you doing, Furnace? Any good Uriel builds for damage? Yeah, type exclamation point Uriel. Oh, I forgot to change my visual settings. What did I change here? It's a few things here. Bloom off. Shadows on. Lighting off. Had some unfortunate Riven moments ago. Uh-oh. Have you gotten the Katir Signa? Yeah, I got that a while ago. Yeah, I was literally the first person who made any content on Uriel. I was the sponsored by DE creator for Uriel's release. Oh, there we go. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community. Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. Okay, so you turn this on so that they deal less damage. You turn that on so you get shield generation. Oh, I'm in day form. Hold on. I need to go night form. And then we turn that on, and then we turn this on. Wait, am I night form now? I think I'm night form now.
If you have a necromat, this would be an excellent place to play.
Wait, hold on. Am I night form or day form? I'm night form. Why wasn't the ability on? Oh, you know what I forgot for the switching tech idea that I was talking about? The problem with that is that it does turn off the abilities. So maybe not that tech. Maybe not that tech. I forgot that it turns off the abilities. I really hope that they change that. I really, really hope that they change that. That should just be a constant thing for her. Now, the interesting thing is that, like, I'm not seeing any real amounts of overguard here yet. But the other idea here is that we go into day form to get the damage buff, and then we switch back, and then we just turn everything back on. Which, like, is a bit of an annoyance that you have to do that, but I'm literally taking no damage to my overguard. Huh. Well, ain't that interesting? And then switch forms again to go back into night. No, we're on day. We want to switch back. Is it worth for the extra damage, though? Wrong Beast, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Interesting. Huh. Hey, Soup, how you doing? Yeah, I think that it's just because you have to turn the abilities back on. I think that it's not worthwhile to bother for the extra damage with the first ability swapping. I don't think it's really worth it. Just because if it didn't turn off the abilities, that's like one of the big things I would really like to see with Equinox, is them fixing that. Because the ideal would be is that you swap, you get the buff, you turn your abilities back on, but like, that's just so much extra work. And is that really worth it? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, Equinox's abilities should just be baseline, leaving it on and off when you swap forms. Like, the fact that that's an augment is just stupid. The augment for her one? No, I'm not using duality here. Just, I need to level her out a bit here so I can get another Forma. I wouldn't mind some parkour velocity on here. How good is 10 Cycron? Really, really good. Really, really, really good, actually. I'm also noticing just not a lot of overguarded enemies at the moment for, like, the thing there. But that said, we are getting enough overguard that it's not that big of a deal. And with the extra shield generation, it's not that bad either. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. I do feel like I need the cast speed, though. The cast speed feels a little slow on this thing. Or on Equinox. Oh, I thought you died.
Void manifestations drawn to this cursed place of stolen lives. They will drain your life support unless they are destroyed.
So I think you get the parkour speed from like other things for this, right? Kratos, something else like that. Some kind of movement from there. What am I playing? I'm playing Warframe. Yeah, I think some kind of parkour velocity would do really well on here. So, Kratos, I mean, we are using fortifiers, so we can't go into that tech. Is there anything else that, other than yellow shards, that gives you parkour velocity? I mean, we could just use the diffusion one here. We could just go with the diffusion. And like, maybe that's the answer, is we just go with the diffusion and we just suck it up that we're losing some. Yeah, the problem is that like, I'm addicted to Prime Sure-Footed, and yeah, I know I'm technically doing overguard tanking, but also like, am I always going to be getting overguard, right? That's always my concern. So am I always going to be getting overguard so I can have that status immunity? Holy crap, Ace. I think that you found yourself a really, really interesting build. Oh. Hey, Ace, you mind if I do a short on this one? Because this is interesting. Go for it? Okay, I think I'm going to. Yeah, because energy is not a single problem here. Because the Bright on it solves that. Voice! You've been informed Equinox love is present? Yeah, we're doing an immortal overguard tanking Equinox. This is very interesting, Ace. Yeah, I think that going some parkour velocity just so that we can roll longer and hit more things with our roll for a circumvent is the right choice here. And I do agree that we don't really need the one because of the stupid tech there. I do want to check out the duality augment because I forget if it's the duality augment is the one that lets things stay on. Or if it's the augments for the 4 and the 3 that are the thing that lets it stay on. individually. That's the 4th augment? Yeah, I just couldn't remember which augment that did that, if it was in the 1 tech or if it was over on the 4 and 3. Because realistically, what I really want is the 3 being on. I don't necessarily care about the 4. What I want is the 3 being on. I just couldn't remember which augment did what on Equinox. I haven't really messed around with her in years at this point. I'm just getting her maxed out, and then we'll go do some missions with people. Because it would be nice to continuously get the buff from her day form. Right? For the extra damage, because you get actually a pretty big damage buff when you go into day form. Oh, but it doesn't stay. The buff doesn't stay. The buff does not stay. All right, never mind. Because what? This one is... Oh, wait, no, that one is gonna be a... Hold on. I'm not in solo here. So I can't pull up the stuff. Let me just finish leveling out here. This is interesting. Huh. You know, I was planning on just doing relics today, but now it turns out we're doing a little build crafty too. How it always works. Yeah, feel free to. Sorry, I did miss it. 29. This is cool. Okay, we're good. Let's get out of here. Why the Spira? Cardi, why are you telling me to Spira? Why are you telling me Spira? Pistol ribbons and cracked a spear ribbon. You weren't interested, so you melted it to endo, then cracked another pistol ribbon. You'll never get what you got. Yeah, I had that happen with... Oh. I have gotten... My first 4 ribbons on my PC account was... Mutilus Cernos. Is it Bright Bonnet? The extra strength from Bright Bonnet is making it better, but it's not necessary. Because, like, so I gotta refine a few things here for the way I want to play it. I just need to re-Equinox abilities. Okay, hold on. Let me... This is very interesting, Ace. Okay, what do we got augments wise? Peaceful provocation, pacify and provoke. Provoke converts extra damage done to enemies into more ability strength. Pacify converts damage done to allies. That's an aura that slows enemies. Equinox and other half breaks free. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. So yeah, there's not really a reason to be using Metamorphosis here. Or bonus damage and speed in day form. Yeah. So there's not really a reason to be having the 1 here. There's not really a reason to be having this. Unfortunately. Yo, Alton, how you doing? That's really unfortunate. Oh, man, I wish that damage buff carried over. Man, Equinox is one of those frames that has so much potential, but it just... The stupidity of the abilities, like this stuff here, like I'm talking about. Like if we could have a toggling of going into day form, then back to night form and keeping the buff going and have that buff rolling would be really, really good. Keeping these active, like, just that she needs some love from the devs. I wish that they would do it. I really wish that they would just do it. Oh man, I'm also out of Omniforma. So what am I thinking here? I'm keeping Prime Sure-Footed because I like it to have as a backup, just so that, like, Overguard dropping, I don't lose it. So, like, I'm keeping Prime Sure-Footed. I know that's not the right choice, or, like, the most efficient choice, but I don't give a crap. Do we need Rolling Guard? Probably not. Do we need... What I really want is Projectile, or Parkour. Parkour. Parkour sprint speed, maybe, but like that's an excellent slot. I don't want to waste that on here. Anything here for like not excellent slot stuff? No, not really. Not really. So you're running Fortifier, so you don't really need Circumvent. Yeah, but I like having the doubles to it, right? And this also gives you a defense seal and more shields, right? I like having multiple sources of protection. So this is the backup protection to the Fortifier, getting the armor, getting the shields. Yeah, the 4 does give you shields. You're right, but again, I'm kind of, you know me, I'm that type of person who likes having multiple sources of protection. I like having redundancies when it comes to survivability. Okay, let me go sim real quick. Okay, so that doesn't really matter. I just wish that these buffs would stay with you all the time. Night form, we're not really going to be using this, so it doesn't really matter. Pacify and provoke. Reducing their damage by up to the closer they are to Equinox while Pacify is active. Energy drain per second. The damage reduction falls off with distance. The aura is divided into 4 subsequent rings. Each ring. So first inner ring of the listed damage reduction. Okay. Yeah, this is just... Why is this so complicated? Does having a channel ability doesn't interrupt energy sources? That's interesting. Neither Pacifier or Provoke can activate channeling based Incarnate Genesis perks. Enemies in range are highlighted in Equinox's energy color. Energy... Okay. Interesting. Equinox emits a regenerative aura that grants shields per enemy killed within range of Equinox or allies inside of the aura. Mend accumulates the damage while they're in the aura radius. Upon deactivating Mend, all stored hit points are evenly distributed to the shield and health of Equinox and our allies within range. Shields gained from enemies can accumulate overshields. Hit points restored per ally is calculated with the following expression. Okay, that's fine. Equinox and our allies are healed. Health restoration, power is over shield restoration. Yeah, okay, so it deals heals, health and then shields. Okay, none of that's all that interesting. All right. One of the few ways, yeah, that's why we're yes, that is the tech. That is the idea. What you said there, Quill, is the idea. That's the whole concept. Hold on, do we have... Oh, I need to go into solo. Higher range Wicklers of the Ring could be better than higher strength. So the idea is that the damage reduction that it gives to enemies, so the damage output reduction that it does, rather than traditional damage reduction, scales off your power strength. So you actually want to have as much power strength as possible for what we're doing. I left and went right back in without switching to solo. The whole reason I left the relay was to go into solo, and I was just stupid. Understood. Range is too small, you're only getting half of that? Yeah, but we got 175 range, right? 175 range is pretty high. So that should be enough, and like, if we need to, then what we do is we swap in overextended, right? We just replace this with overextended, or we put overextended here. We got the mod capacity for it too. Overextended is unnecessary? Yeah, I'm gonna probably guess overextended is also probably unnecessary for here, but I am gonna try it out just to see. So we're not gonna move around the helmets. It doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna be using rest. I don't really care for rest. It doesn't matter for the way I play. But obviously you can put it over there. This is honestly just here so that I can click this button so that I can go back into night form and I can control it. The one thing that I want to see here is... oh, I'm gonna need to get all the kills in order... Yeah, I'm gonna need to get kills. Okay, we'll go like that. Kill. Level 1. Get my 250 kills. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me and you want to split the community, to sub to a Sherbo. Otherwise, see you a second. 28 minus 25 degrees Celsius sounds like the perfect weather for me. Oh, come on. Thank you. You jerks. There we go. 80. I mean, that's what we're getting right now in Toronto. It's what? How cold is it out today? According to Google, it is only minus 13 today. Hey, Lich, how you doing? It's not that cold. Yeah, I was actually supposed to be going up to Barrie today, and Barrie apparently got really badly hit by the storm, so that's why I didn't go. Nashville has snow. Yep. Yep. Mother Nature is doing Mother Nature things. Minus 45 with the wind chill, so you give up on going to the gym. I actually went out for a walk this morning, and it was... I love going for walks when it's super cold. I love it. Okay, now we got all of our kills from Molt Augmented. We get growing power active, we do that, and then we hit escape. Okay. So Brightbond has 86% strength with what I'm running, and this is giving a 0.9 multiplier. Wow. That's so funny. And then if you do the Arbusep tech, then you're going to be getting more strength out of this too. So what would our Arbusep look like here? Okay, now we go like this. Oh wait, hold on. We go spawn these out just in case we got extra strength. 0.8 with how much strength I have. So literally that 78% strength that we got from the Arbusep is not doing a whole lot. So I feel like we could get rid of 60% strength and be fine with overextended. And then we can offset a little bit of that minus strength with something else. So I think if we did like this, this, so we're back up to 300, 325, 3, and then whatever this is going to give us. It says 61, but that's not with growing power and Molt Augmented kicked in. So let's do that with Molt Power, Molt Augmented and growing power, get our kills. I really wish that there was a way for us just to have things at max and active in here. So that we didn't have to do this song and dance. It would be really nice to have that as an option. Have all available buffs and arcanes maxed. That would be kind of nice, but they don't really want to be like probably doing a whole lot of that if I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, Archon shards, helmets, that would be real tasty if we could do that. If we could do everything in here. And where are we at? One more. After this one, we're done. I mean, they've done a lot to make the semi better over the years, to be fair to DE. They have done a lot to make the semi better. We got our break on it buff. I clicked the wrong button, so now we got to reset everything. Isn't that just so much fun? Oh, it didn't reset. Oh, it didn't reset. Okay, we're good. We're good. Because I didn't open up anything. It didn't reset. Yeah, so it's 0.11. And you said you were getting down to 0.05? Let's see what the Arbuset looks like here. Because I'm assuming we're just kind of hitting some kind of diminishing returns here, right? Oh, I need to spawn some enemies so that I can get growing power. There we go. So that gets it down to a 0.9. So that's 78% extra power strength that we're getting from Bright Bonnet's, only getting us down to a 0.9. I don't think that's worth it. 2 points of a percentage? Yeah, I don't think that's super worth it. It's not super necessary is what I'm trying to say. Diminishing, but yeah, going lower than that point makes it so much stronger. Yeah, no, I agree. But what I'm saying is the Bright Bonnet going from 0.11 to 0.09. Like if it was 0.11 down to 0.05, that would be a much bigger difference. I don't understand how you're getting all the way down to a 0.05. This is with what? 178 plus 307 plus 85? Right? Like we're sitting at some really high strength values. 307 plus 85 plus 178. We're at 570% power strength. I don't know how you're getting it lower. Realistically. $413 augmented invocation Bright Bonnet. Invocation? Hold on, where are you getting the 60? Invocation? What's invocation? Invocation? Grimoire. That's where you're getting the extra strength. There we go. Max use. The sloppy boy. Oh, my headphones disconnected because I went too far away. Come on. Thank you. Oh, are you just going to do this problem again? Because I walked too far away, you're not going to connect? This is so fucking frustrating. I don't know why these headphones started doing this. Interesting. How am I doing? I'm not doing too bad. I'm a little bit frustrated at why my headphones aren't functioning properly right now. What the hell is going on with these things? It wasn't doing this before. It would just automatically connect back. Weird. Okay, hold on. Sorry, you're going down for a minute. So I can reach the back of my PC. Did you actually connect? Yeah, okay, interesting. Yeah, I think this is the way I would go. I think that you're right, Ace. Getting as much extra strength would be nice. But I think, I don't know, do I want that extra range? Do I need that extra range? Do I need 235? That brings this up to a 37 versus what? 37 versus... $28. I mean, it's nearly a 10-meter difference. Yeah, and that's only bringing it down to a 0.11, 0.4. 0.14 from 0.16 base. I think I'm gonna go with this one. I'm gonna try this one. Like this. All those points make a big difference? Oh no, they definitely do. But it's more of the question of, because the way that pacify and provoke functions, the pacify functions, this is the thing that I'm trying to work around. This is what I'm trying to work around. Is this here. The rings. Right? So we're only applying 100% for the first quarter of the range. Being what? Basically like 9? So 9 meters is only getting that with the amount of range that we have, right? Is getting the 100% damage reduction. At max range, it's half of the listed damage reduction. So it's actually 0.32 damage at max range. And that's the reason why I'm trying to go for range rather than strength. So that we have overall higher damage reduction than going all the way into strength, because then we have a higher range overall. Because then that means at what? 37... we're going to say 38 for the sake of the argument. 38 times 0.75, 28 meters is dealing a third of their possible damage. Right? The higher range comes at the cost with less DR, which is much less at higher ranges. Higher range softens the blow of the drop-off is how you see it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. Right? I'm trying to run the higher range here so that the enemies... the longer, like the further away that they are. Yeah, Hydro, just send it. I'll take a look at it when I get to it. So that's what I'm trying to work with here, is that range problem here. Because this is only happening within about 9 meters of you. Right? So this is only ever actually functioning on you. So if you go like this direction instead... right? Then 28. This is only within the first 7 meters, but then is that 2 meters really making a huge difference? But that's without the 100%. Is that 2 meters really going to make a huge difference? Probably, honestly. I want to say yes. Hey, Drozen, how you doing? Hey, Phantom, how you doing? Yeah, I kind of feel like I do want to do that. Yeah, but of course, because it's, you know, it's a quarter of it, it's going to be getting much more as you go. Right? So we go from 38 to 19 meters at half strength, which, as a reminder, is actually 83% of the illicit damage reduction. At 20 meters. Oh, wait, no, that's not right. Yeah, that is right. No, that's not right. The second ring is the closest one, so it would be half. So that would be... Why can't I do math? 19 meters would be this. Versus... 14 meters. So that's an extra 5-meter radius. At full range? Yeah, I'm not going to be doing full range. I'm not going to be going the full 180 or 280. That's the idea here. I think I do want the higher range. I think I do want the higher range. For the way that, like, I play, I would want to go for the higher range, personally. I agree with you that for, like, general survivability, it's smarter to go higher strength. But I think that going the higher range on here makes more sense for the way I play. Yeah, so when it says damage reduction, what this means isn't damage reduction to you, it's damage reduction of what the enemies put out. Right? So this is damage reduction of what the enemies can put out, not the damage reduction of what damage you receive. So this is the reason why this works on Overguard. Right? Because it gives enemies a damage reduction debuff. It's not giving you a damage reduction buff. And that's why this is affecting Overguard. Which then also means on your shields, because you get 50% less damage on your shields, it's even doing more there. Puncture procs multiplicative. The war augment. The problem is we're getting extra power strength and energy from Bright Bonnet, right? So this is helping us out with our energy and helping us out with the strength as well. That's why we're running this. These are channel. This one's a channel ability, like a proper channel ability. This one isn't. So we can't regenerate energy through energy per second sources. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go like this. And we'll see how it plays out. We'll see how this plays out. It's a good chunk less strength, but that extra range, I feel like for me, is going to be more important. Because the other side to it is that we have two sources of survivability, being Overguard tanking as well as shield tanking, right? We're going to be generating so much shields from this. The shields get naturally 50% less damage. And then that's going to be working basically multiplicatively with this. Right? So enemies can only deal 16% of their normal damage to us, which then gets halved down to 8 with our shields. And then we're generating shields and Overguard through Circumvent and Overguard through Fortifier and shields through this. So we've got 3 layers of survivability with only one thing. We're getting 3 layers of survivability. We're getting a singular thing. So the reason why we're not doing that is because this is our second form of survivability buttons. Right? That's the idea behind it, is we're feeding the extra survivability through this. And because we're not doing the swapping, I feel like I could go 1 more strength shard rather than a cast speed shard on here. Just for like another 15% strength into the kit, probably is not going to hurt it. And Bright Bonnets, like, these are just set and forgets. We're not going to be using Metamorphosis. So yeah, yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Oh my lord, mouse wheel, I am going to fight you to the death. Interesting, interesting. So yeah, let's go in here, and because I'm weird and like to have these in a nice pretty option here. Why put bright bonnet over the 2 instead of the 1? There's no reason to be doing it over the 2 instead of the 1. Undo subsumed ability? Yeah, you just go in here. Click on the ability that you have subsumed, and then up here it says remove infusion. Well, so the idea is like that's what Ace did, Voyage. Originally over the 1, as Ace is saying there. I'm trying to do some tech for the swapping stuff. And that's the reason why. But then also what this allows me to do is not have to change my fashion every time I want to change it, play a different frame. So I can just use whatever fashion I want to and go there. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, you want to support the community. Do sub to Turbo. Yeah, Pacify and Provoke is literally the point of the build. This is the most needed of the abilities. This is literally the whole point of this build's existence is this. Okay, so now we gotta think like parkour velocity. 110, so we're losing a lot of multi-shot by going into that. I don't like the multi-shot. I don't want to do that. Do I not own the Praetos still? Right. I clicked here. That means I would like to type, please. Thank you. Man, I don't want to go hunt angels. Oh, okay. We'll test that out. E8. Can you not buy the Praetos with platinum? What? Can you not buy the Praetos with plat? Oh. That's annoying. All right. That's silly. All right. Then I guess we'll just quickly run over here. Recommend doing the bounties that require you to kill them? Yep, I know. That's the old school tech. I just don't want to fire man. I don't want to fight angels. I just don't want to. Is Praetos a good weapon besides its utility? Yeah. Yeah, definitely. What one's the one that I need? The quill?
Reconstruction of the past
Is it the quill that I need? Right, it's these two that I need here. Yeah, it's those two. Okay. Yeah, you need the pinions. It was the second one that I was confused about or wasn't sure about. Okay, I'm not gonna worry about farming the Praetos at the moment. I'll just slow farm that. So I'm not too worried about that at the moment. Yeah, the Praetos is a fantastic weapon besides its utility. Yeah. Hey gamer, how you doing? Yeah, see the problem is though, I just like the cast speed shards. I think you're probably right that I should probably use parkour speed on here instead. Oh, but I just like that range, man. Do I have a Gruta Prime Neuroptics? Nope. I don't, I also don't really do any trading or stuff. If I have stuff, I keep it for... Why do I have 2 cast speed shards on here now? I didn't remove this cat speed shard. I just removed this one. I didn't swap it, yes. I thought I only had one cat speed. I was silly boy. The speed's the best on the Okina? Yeah, the Okina's also got 80% follow through. So I like the higher range on the Okina. We'll just have the parkour velocity on here for the moment, and then we'll see how I feel after that. If I feel like I need the cast speed or not. Gives the parkour speed if you're in the incarnate? Yeah, that was the idea. That's exactly what I was going to be doing. But you also get movement speed from this one. You get the parkour speed when you're in the incarnate form. You get the movement speed when you're not. Is the idea here. Right? So I'm maintaining the movement speed always with this. Is there another weapon that gives us parkour speed that I can like throw on here for now? Parkour. Akin Brunt. Anku. Anku. In the incarnate form, in the incarnate form, in the incarnate form, incarnate form, incarnate form, incarnate form, incarnate form, incarnate form, incarnate form. Inodem. We can do the Inodem. Okay. We can do the Inodem. Oh, this is the sprint speed. This isn't the parkour speed. Wait, why is it showing the movement speed, not the parkour speed? Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. All right, that's fine. We'll just use the Inodem. The Inodem one does not require attack speed, sprint speed. So the incarnate, Praetos just gives pure parkour speed. I thought it was an evolution thing. Anything else here? I freaking hate the Parazon so much. Shadow while aiming. Wait, doesn't the Okina just give you... Where you get the shirt? I got it for being a Warframe content creator. No, it also gives you parkour speed. But it's only when the evolution's active. I'm just seeing if there's anything here that we can use here. Doesn't look like it. No. It's not about activating it. It's about the consistency is what I care about. I care about the consistency. That's what I'm hunting down here. Cronin? Gives you bullet jump while wielded, so nope. Telos. Okay, so the Telos Boltes, maybe? Yeah, I literally do not own the Praetos, so that's why we're looking for another option. I literally do not own it. That's why we're looking for something other than the Praetos. Yes, but what I'm looking for is consistency. I'm looking for not having to do X to get Y. I'm looking to always have Y. I'm not looking to try to gain extra stuff. I'm looking for no extra work. I do not want to do any extra work in order to do what I'm trying to do. 14. Okay, so the Telos Boltes does function when it's not in your hands. Okay, so that's what we'll use. Yeah, okay, so the Telos Boltes does give you the extra parkour speed even when it's not in your hands, so that's what we'll use for now. As a replacement for our, the Praetos for now. Okay, so now that we've got that sorted out, the idea here is that we wanted the rolling, the roll distance, right? We wanted the parkour velocity for arcane circumvent so that we can roll through more enemies, so that we can generate more overguard shields and steel armor off of enemies, and that's the idea there. Right? That's why we're looking for parkour speed, is for circumvent, so that we can hit more stuff with it and makes it a little bit more reliable. Now, like, again, I probably don't need prime sure-footed. I could just throw in, like, you know, Firewalker or something into there, so that's like another idea that we could do, but I'm unranked right now. And I kind of like having prime sure-footed as the emergency backup plan. Okay. Now that we have an idea of what we're going to be trying, now that we got some idea, who wants to join me? Conductor Survival, Omnia Fisher. Who would like to join? We're going to do some relics now. Peanuts. Infernus, can you remind me your name? In about, you're around and about. Oh, sorry, I'm just having a dyslexic moment. Sorry, don't mind me. Chrono Prime only gives 10 bullet jumps. His bug only gives 1 to 2% rolling. Yeah, so we'll just use this one for now. Infernus, can you just remind me what your in-game name is? I've forgotten what it is. I apologize. Same as Twitch? Okay, perfect. There we go. Now, like, realistically, the other thing I should do here, I like having the extra multi-shot here, but, like, if we're hunting for parkour velocity, we should be using this. Like, this is another 120% fire multi-shot on top of that. But this giving us extra parkour roll distance might be sort of another side to it. Hey, Coach Jade, how you doing? All right, now let's go give it a go, shall we? Will I bring this to level cap? Potentially, yeah. I'm gonna try. I don't know how well it'll work. What's preferred way for farming endo? Endgame bounties. Zarman, Whisper in the Walls, Holvania, and the bounties for Noko. Either that or arbitrations. It's definitely not level cap tanking. No, I don't think it's you know, level cap tanking stuff. No, I think that between the shields and the overguard, it could be. right? Because with the amount of strength that we have, 0.9, so minus 50% with the shield, so it's pretty good there, should be. Oh, sorry, I'll take a look at people's builds and stuff once we're done doing this run here.
To open a relic, but are you confident you can withstand their fury? The Orican Neural Sentry is a
Because the other thing what this does, and the reason why I'm really interested in this, is that it's going to be a good squad support thing for our allies. Right? And that's the idea that I'm looking for here also.
would be an excellent place to deploy.
Hey Dinks, how you doing? Good amps. Typically 547, 147 are the go-tos. Right, this wouldn't be like you're more making your allies stronger with this build and making your allies more tanky,
Keep fighting.
right?
Look for more reactions.
And that's kind of where we're getting most of our stuff from. This room's not great, but hopefully we can find ourselves a better room. And like, no, I don't think this is gonna be like the best for level cap. It's gonna have like decent survivability just through shield gating, overguard tanking, and just overall damage reduction is gonna be pretty solid. But it's definitely one of those things where it's not gonna be like, I don't think it's gonna be good enough to do that, just because even with that, the amount of damage that enemies deal in level cap is unrealistic. To expect things to survive through anything other than like basically gating of some variety or a pure invincibility mechanic. You know, persistence is essentially gating. Yeah, was just wandering over here. Come over to me, peeps. Yeah, I mean, like, I'll take it to a level cap and give it a try. But I don't know how necessarily strong it would be. I kind of feel like it would start falling off around, like, where my Steinax started falling off. Right? Arcane Persistence, whenever you get some tips, you would need to find another source of health survivability for yourself. Health regeneration. Her passive is not strong enough to maintain persistence. Where did it fall off? It started falling off at around 5,000. Hey, Hellblade. So like you absolutely can take Citrine to Citrine as a health tank with persistence, but it's kind of one of those things of, you know, I'm gonna put these inside of this tree just so that they don't bounce me around. I'm just using the Furus here. You can use whatever weapon you want to with this build. And as Ace said, the extra strength from... Hey, Gren, how you doing? And Gren, thank you very much for the 8 months tier 1. That's super kind of you. Citrine generates lots of orbs, yeah, but then you're spamming your first ability. And remember, persistence is 500 damage a second. So you would need... What? Her health orbs are 50... 50 health. So you would need, if you're not using restorative bond, you would need a lot of those health shards, as Ace said, restorative bond, and you would still need 5 orbs a second in order to survive through that. I mean, not really, because then you would also have your passive kicking in. So like you could potentially do that. So like I think that's it's a possibility, but you would have to like build around and be using your first ability so frequently. Yeah, oh man. Like, while I agree that the barrel diffusion's the right choice for what I'm trying to do with the rolls,
Look out for troopers.
it just kind of like, I don't know. it does, like, I do feel the damage fall off, so I don't think I'll use it. I am feeling the damage fall off, so I don't think I'll use that tech personally. But like in reality, this is actually a really survivable shield tank build as well. So even if we don't get overguard spawning in missions, as long as we have shields, we're pretty solid. And like you can see, I'm not generating a lot of overguard here because some of these enemies are just not we're just not getting a constant source of overguard. But when you go into level cap, then you start getting more constant sources of overguard, and that's where like Fortifier will really start to shine and do a lot for you. Like just the longer you stay inside of these missions, the more overguard enemies spawn. So I think that's actually pretty solid. Huh, interesting. Okay, sorry, quick ad break here, everybody. See you in a second. Time to farm Aya again. Really doesn't want you to have Haro Prime chassis, which is funny because it loves giving you the normal. Yeah. Yeah. Kuva Brom Riven, or is it Endo fodder? If you can get a really good roll, yeah, absolutely. It's very good. Nidus Link, yeah, the Nidus Link, but then again, like, we're going super outside of what I normally like to do with my builds. Because then we're going, like, real combo, really over-the-top combo. The Evade? Yeah, no, that's, I actually have that build already. I made that build a long while back when Evade came out. It's actually a ton of fun. Sniper Wukong going invisible. Have your clone activating status priming for you for your sniper rifle. Yeah, it's very fun. Give him a status priming secondary, let your clone do its thing. So I don't know if we have any other form of energy restore in the squad right now, but with the amount of range that I'm running, I'm not really running into energy problems. You've got like an 8 item combination, yeah. Like, and that level of like extra makes it not really something that like I want to do. Is Defy a good option for Necros? I mean, it's not a bad option for Necros, but I probably wouldn't use it. Necros gets 90% damage redirection from his 4th ability's Augment. Enemies are also spread out further here. Yeah, I'll test it in solo after this to see about the energy economy stuff, because I am concerned about that. You make a very valid point. So we'll see how that plays out as we go here. I just kind of felt like playing some missions with the peeps, and then we'll go in and test something here. Device isn't a bad option, but doesn't really contribute anything to Necros' kit. Yeah. Because 1500 armor just is like, honestly, not really going to be doing much. You have damage redirection from his 4th ability. 90% damage redirection. Now, like that said, that armor is also going to give you some damage reduction, so that the damage reduction goes a little bit further, / damage reduction goes a little bit further. So you could go into Defy if you wanted to, but I feel like depending on what you're doing and what you're doing with your build, you might want to go into something like Warcry if you're looking for armor. And depending on how much strength you're running on your Necros, you should be running about 214 strength on your Necros, so that you can maintain armor strip, or not armor strip, sorry, for the full 90% damage reduction. It's a build for his 3, so it's a full loot build. Yeah, it would probably, I mean, Defy's not a bad option, but there are better options out there, I think. Merp. 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 Warcry is additive to base armor, so it's not going to be a lot of armor, not more than Defy. How much is Necros' base armor? I always forget what his base armor is. I forget if he's a decent armor frame or not. Yeah, so then maybe not Warcry. If you're wanting to go for full armor, then yeah, that would make sense. But if you're wanting to play around the 3 for looting, what you might want to look into is Atlas's ability. Petrify has an augment called Orgaze, which is a loot mechanic. So you can double up on the loot mechanics if you go that route. Yeah, you know what I'm noticing is I'm not even really using my roll all that much. I don't think I need to be focusing on that as much. Thought about Warcry on Frost? Yeah, that's another really good one. The one that I like also with Frost is Elemental Ward. Using Cool Evolve with Harmony, fully embracing the status damage build. Harmony attacks, you swear to God, you've seen red crits making less under Wrathful Advance, which makes less damage than your orange crits outside of Wrathful Advance. What gives? Great question. No idea. The only way that it could possibly be is that you're not actually applying the status effects when those hits happen. Right? Because Harmony will consume the status effects that deal dots and condense them like Neja's Divine Retribution. So it could just be that you're getting bad rolls on your statuses. That's the only thing I can think of. Unless there's like some bug with it that I don't know about, or some other tech with it that I'm not cognizant of. But that would be kind of what I'm thinking.
The Void has summoned a new presence and it creates a life support. Destroy these manifestations.
Is there any other ways for us to generate Overguard? Fortifier, Circumvent will generate Overguard. Calling down an Arc Gun will generate Overguard. Is there any other way? Not for Equinox at least? Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Not that I can think of at least. Dante Spectre. I mean, to be fair, a Dante Spectre would literally make this unkillable. So, like, that is, like, a valid option. Again, that's going a little bit too far into the weeds for how I normally want to play it. But it is a valid option. Yeah, thankfully I'm not running into any energy problems so far, but I think you might be right, Ace. If I was in solo and the enemy's more condensed, I think I would then be running into problems. So like a Dante Spectre, you could run that. You could run... Honestly, I think of the Dante Spectre. What do I think about the Foley design? I love her. I think that I would have really liked to see Meg hit the random button, just because I think Foley's design is not showing with the full monochrome there, is not showing all of her details on her skin, which is not helping her, in my opinion, for that. But like, because we were taking a look at the dev stream yesterday when we were just sort of chatting about it, and it was actually pretty solid. I think that she has a beautiful design, but there's like a lot of things on her skin that you can't really see with the pure white and the pure black that they showed with the whatchamacallit there. Oh yeah, people are definitely going to be doing that. Like, that's... DE knows their community. They know that is exactly what people are going to be doing. It's the whole time to penis thing, you know? How long will it take for you to turn it into a sex joke? kind of feel like I do want more duration here, though. I kind of feel like a more duration would be nice. Another thing that you could run if you're running the higher range ace is seismic bond. Run it with seismic bond, because then that's another 30% efficiency, which would help out both her 4 and her seismic bond. When you have a channel ability active, your companion will give you 30% efficiency, so that would help to reduce the energy drain a little bit. So we'll actually try that on the next run when I take it in solo to see. See more hope. The whole shape of the ink blocks make for a confusing design, hard to see shapes and stuff. Yeah, with just the pure white and the pure black, it was a little bit hard to make out details on the frame. I'm very, very excited for her though. I love that whole sort of for lack of a better term, the Grimstroke aesthetic. The whole painting stuff looks really cool to me. Although I'm not a big fan of the helmet, I won't lie. The helmet that they showed off is not for me. So I'm excited to see what the old helmet looks like, to see if it matches more with the aesthetic that I would like to see. But like, I was kind of wondering, is like, where are they going with that aesthetic? Is it supposed to be like that hairstyle that sometimes black women have with like the you know, putting the froze in, for lack of a better term, sort of 2 palms on the side of the head? Is that what they're going for? Which maybe that's the aesthetic they're going for? But if that's the case, I feel like that needs to be a little bit more defined there, because it's not super obvious that's what it is. It just kind of looks like giant, you know, space buns, like hair buns from like Leia-esque thing. So I feel like that could be maybe cleaned up a little bit more and make it a little bit more obvious in what direction they're kind of wanting to take that and take the aesthetic to it. Seems more like side buns. Yeah, it seemed a little bit more like side buns. I agree. But like, I was wondering if they were wanting to go for like that type of thing with like, you know, the fro with the sort of ponytail on the sides. Thought they said sad clown vibes. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm wondering, is like, are they going into that direction? Or are they going into like, I don't really know. But I do like the way that it looks. Your tin hat theory is that DE makes base helmets ugly intentional. I would like to counterpoint you with Noko's base helmet is really, really cool. Your Raxia's base helmet is really, really cool. And Uriel's base helmet is really, really cool. Hey, you're not the thing I was supposed to be shooting at. Oh, don't you love it when you're invincible so I can't kill you? Isn't that so much fun? Laboos! How's it going? Uriel's base helmet's way better than the Drippy Snot old helmet. Okay, I actually do like the Drippy Snot, the old helmet, but the base helmet is just really, really nice. I actually do like it for what it's worth. Yeah, so I don't think that we need... I don't think that we need the barrel diffusion, but it is just more overguard so that we can like steal like more overguard theft attempts, which is really where I think that strength comes in for her. But I think with like, we have enough parkour velocity with just like a parkour speed shard and a and like a melee giving us parkour speed. Like we got I think we got enough there without the barrel diffusion. Her body doesn't have enough layering. Yeah, that's what I mean by I think that they chose poorly with the color channels on her, because there was a lot of details on her shoulders, and again, it's sort of on her bodice for you know, not saying her bra. And then I say her bra. I think that it's like there's a lot of details in there that weren't showing up because of how the energy or the base colors that they chose with the monochrome. So we were talking about it yesterday. I call it the Storm Raven syndrome, because the Storm Raven on the box art for Warhammer 40,000 doesn't look that great, but the Storm Raven, like in your hands, looks really cool. Flesh color will look odd. Yeah, no. But what I mean is like the armor plates, right? There's details on her. Terra. There's details on her armor that I think aren't showing through properly because of the monochrome aspect. Which, like, we'll pull up the VOD here in a second so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. Be enough that you wait for the farm for a Kuba weapon. I'm now waiting for Kuba for that to happen before I go farm any more Kuba weapons, personally. Playing with Redeemer Prime, it's kind of fun. Sanford for the 7 stream streak. Hell yeah. The grind never changes. I mean, it changes a little bit. No, for me, with the sisters and the liches, I mean, maybe for them that's the case, because there is the new Requiem mod thing coming. The Eternia mod, I called it an Omni mod for, you know, ease of argument there. For ease of saying. That has all of the Omnia Relics, sorry, not Omnia mod. That has all of the various different options built into it. So it has all the Requiem mods as offerings, and you don't need to, whatchamacallit there. 9 weapons to get to 60? Yeah, that's my problem too. I've got a lot of weapons that need to get to 60, so that, changing the weighting so that's proper RNG makes me happy. So Ool 2.0? No, it's not Ool. I misspoke. It's the Relics are Omnis. So the Relics have every single mod for the Requiem mods in it in a singular Relic. I just misspoke, sorry. We're heading to extract, peeps. Have they forgot that Equinox exists? I think that Equinox has a deluxe skin, just she hasn't gotten any new skins in a long while. And she already has some pretty great fashion, if I'm being honest. Like, she is actually, in my opinion, one of the best looking fashion frames that exist out there. And you also don't need to refine the relic, exactly. Hey, Echo. There we go. Sheesh, Echo. The issue is Equinox's 3 frames of design is so much more work to do with their skins. That's also true, yeah. Yeah. You have to design 3 skins. I mean, really, it's 2 skins, and then you're just putting aspects of the 2 skins into the 1 skin, so... it's, you know, it's kind of, yeah, like that, but... a little bit more than that. Like, it's still technically 3 skins, but the sort of base design work.
Sentient scouts. If they detect you, fighters will soon attack.
Brilliant for the 10 stream streak. Welcome in. Who are we missing? Infernus. Stream every day? No, I stream 5 days a week, Tuesdays through Saturdays. I'll jump off extract here so that they don't get dragged, don't get host migrated. Wild coming back from being able to steel path reliability to nuking the steel path. Yeah, it's pretty great. The game has really drastically changed. Also, why Grendel and Goss getting a second deluxe skin each? Yeah. I mean, they probably did that one because of they wanted to do a combo emote, and they're a community favorite of friendship, of the two of them being friends, you know? So it's probably to do with that. And they'll probably also time it to do a resurgence, because at that point, both of them would be out of, in the vault for a while. So that might also be part of their logic. I mean, Vobbins isn't a rework, but it kind of is. How do the different tiers of crits affect damage? It multiplies the damage. Every crit tier is essentially multiplying your critical damage. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Bye. And I'm gonna sit down. My back is angry. Not a big fan of the heirloom? That's fair. I mean, beauty's always in the eye of the beholders, right? So if you don't like it, you don't like it. And that's totally fair. Yeah, I think here. Yeah, I think here. I think this is, oh, what I want to do real quick before we take a look at people's builds, I just kind of want to see about the energy problem that Ace was talking about potentially being a problem here. And we'll switch to the channeled one. And let's just test this out to see what our enemy enemy density is affecting our energy here. Can I explain Riven mods? Get Riven mod, open Riven gives you a weapon from the type of weapons. So if you're, get out of here. From the type of weapons, so if you roll a rifle, you're getting a rifle, right? A veiled rifle ribbon will give you a rifle mod. Then it's an RNG stats. It's RNG stats that you get, and yeah, I kind of feel like Circumvent's probably not needed if you just run Fortifier. It gives you RNG stats, and then you can roll it using Kuva to change the stats, and then you can choose between the old roll or the new roll. And if you need more information on Rivens, I got a whole playlist on the channel of shorts going over Rivens and how they function.
If you have a necromancer, this would be an excellent place to deploy.
Yeah, I'm not having any energy problems here. At least with Seismic Bond, I'm not having any energy problems. Even with like large clumps of enemies like I'm having right now, right? Like if I just sit here and wait for them. Let me get down both my bright bonnets and make sure I don't just randomly die. Yeah, this is fine for energy. Yeah, this is almost max enemies in here. And Bright Bond is holding us up, so not a problem. With Seismic Bond, not a problem. Bye-bye. And to answer your question about crits, each crit tier you go up essentially multiplies your critical damage. Simply put, multiplies it. So if you come in here and you take a look, where is the, what do you call it? No. Tier. Where's the equation? Where's the equation? Yeah, here it is. Right? So crit multiplier equals 1 plus your crit tier times the total critical multiplier minus 1. So every tier gives you more critical multipliers. Essentially is the way that works. More crit. More go. For self-healing, I use healing conversion. Ironclad magician. Health conversion. Or healing return. Sorry, healing return. It's a melee mod. Especially if you're using influence. Restores health per status effect on the targets. With melee influence and the 40-meter range and then 20-meter range of influence, you just end up getting a ton of health from it. This here. Otherwise, you'd be looking at, like, Gloom. Or maybe, Uriel's ability. Remedium would be another go. Or if you know that you're going to be staying in a room and you're running some decent range, another option would be like, what's her ability? Well of Life. But Well of Life is such a range-based ability, and Excalibur, you're usually not using range a lot. So, usually not. Okay, I like this build. I like this a lot, actually. It's really, really interesting. It's really, really, really interesting. And then Circumvent. I do like it. I do like. Let's just. Ugh, it's so stupid. Fortifier. That's really interesting, Ace. I really like that. I'm gonna try to see if I can get any more refinement out of this. I think that you're right going for the Grimoire for the extra power strength is a smart choice. I do agree. It is an interesting choice for the extra power strength. But anyway, let's take a look at what people have been sending, because people have been waiting very, very patiently while I've been dicking around. Civil, Euraxia. Want to try Elemental Ward on Euraxia? Try putting Archon Intensify on once. You get her leveled up. You're running Cold for more armor and damage buff. Okay, how are you activating Archon Intensify here? Is my question. The rest of this build looks good. Archon Intensify. By recasting her 4? Does recasting her 4 activate it? Does it count as a heal? I always forget the tech with Archon Intensify. On initial cast, yeah, so that would reactivate it. Which means that, annoyingly, you would have to take damage. Oh, sorry, you would have to turn it on to get the strength, turn it off, and then to lock the strength into the health. What it means, 10 times crit damage, you bleed 10 times the damage, but total 19. Higher tiers, going up crit tiers is really good, but the more you go up, the more marginal the damage increase becomes. I mean, sort of, but not really, right? Because the critical damage multiplier, you're multiplying it in a, this direction here. It's a straight increase, right? So let's go with like a Kuvanu core, right? So Kuvanu core's got 5. Let's say just mystically we have, let's say we have red crit. So we have, what is it? 3 minus 1. So it's a 21 crit times with no crit mods added in. You don't neglect something for the crit chance to use, is all you're saying? Yeah, it kind of depends. It depends on the weapon, depends on like where you're going. Like, just like everything in Warframe, it depends. So if you have a weapon that has really high base critical multiplier, then going up in crit tiers is very, very impactful. But if you're running on a low crit multiplier weapon, then going up in crit tiers isn't going to be doing anything for you. Right? So here. And that was out mods that I was doing that, right? you go from a what? A lens with its 2 times crit multiplier turns into a 7 times crit multiplier at a yellow crit, right? And then if you were to make this more, right? So 1 plus 2 times 2 times 1 plus 1.2. Why does it say 7.8? Minus 1, that's why. Minus 1. So then we make this a 3. It goes up to 13 from a 7.8. We make this a 4. Sorry, we make this a 3. It goes up to an 11. We make this a 4. It goes up to 14. We make this a 5. It goes up to 18. We make this a 6. It goes up to 21. So, huge amounts. Having issues with survivability in your core with auger mods and rolling guard? Are you running catalyzing shields? So yeah, actually I like this a lot. It's a cool idea. This is a little bit similar to how Kai was running it in his video that I was hanging out there with. So. And your Raxia fashion? Ooh, putty. I like the blue. I like the blue. Zine, what you got? Callie. I wouldn't get rid of the 4. 100% armor strip and a wide AoE is really, really strong. Now, if you have armor strip coming from another source, then that's fine. But I, generally speaking, don't find myself using Sentient Wrath very much on Caliban. So if I'm going to put a helmet on Caliban, it's going to be over Sentient Wrath. Because especially with the Razor Gyre, you're wanting to just zoom around a ton for your allies killing stuff. So I would probably put this over here so that you can get the armor strip, which then also would work really well with Viral, because Viral would increase the damage against health. Because the 4 also removes people's shields. So it could have a little bit of combination there. The rest of your build looks great, though. But I would probably move that over. And your Caliban fashion. Ooh, a Void Swept Cali. Very nice. Very nice. Rowan, what you got? Okay, so I think that this mod is no longer necessary. Because Equilibrium is just so strong now these days that this is not necessary. Even Energize isn't necessary on this build. Despoil. Oh, but you're running Gloom. Okay. I see the problem here. You're running Gloom. Gloom's fine. If you want to run Gloom on him, it's actually pretty good. If I remember correctly, Gloom will heal his Shield of Shadows when they shoot people who are affected by Gloom. Which makes that very strong there. You're running Blessing for your extra health when you're healing out of your Desecrate, Arcane Energize, Stretch, Intensify. So Umbral Intensify, in order to activate Shield of Shadows to its maximum strength, you need 214% power strength for this to be maximum 90% damage redirection. So Umbral Intensify and like swap this out for like something here. Transient Fortitude or Blind Rage, get up to that 214. So that's the only thing I would say for Shield of Shadows. And if you want to see my Necros build, you can type !Necros to get that. You know what, Quill? I hate to say this. This is certainly not for me. I think it looks really, really cool. But it's not for me. I'm sorry. I think I would make this purple darker in here, just to get a little bit more definition. If that were me. Skull Droid. Hell yeah. That looks sick. That 10,000% is a Skull Droid. I love that. That's super cool. Slighty, what you got? An Siam. Okay, so you're doing the heavy attack Sliam shenanigans. This is multiplicative on here, so it makes sense to be running both of these. Exposure just for more damage. Dispatch Overdrive for the speed. Reflex. Organ Shatter. The only thing I would say that might be kind of nice here. Is Corrupted Charge. That's the other thing I would say. But you would have to like remove this And this is the wind-up speed for your killing blow, so you probably don't want to do that. Yeah, you probably don't want to do that. Yeah, the other thing with Enervate is that Blast procs will, because it counts as a weapon hit, so Blast procs will also charge Enervate. Attack speed, heat, and toxin. Actually, you know what? That's a pretty nice ribbon. Right? Because this gives us attack speed, and then gas, or viral, and heat. Right? You put cold here, because elements go up. Right? They go from the bottom and up. You're too fresh in the game to know what half of this is? Don't worry about it. It is, Cad, if you do have any questions, just feel free to ask. We're more than happy to explain what we're talking about. Second arcane, instead of circumvent, it was just molt augmented for more strength. I assume you're talking about on Equinox there? But yeah, that's actually not a bad ribbon. Especially considering it's unrolled. Like, damage, minus damage to Corpus means absolutely nothing, right? Ooh, cool looking Equinox. Ooh. You know, that's kind of nice looking. Mob. Was this Drigia? The only thing that I would be concerned about here is, like, keeping your Drigia alive so that you can actually, like, make it do its stuff. You got Tenacious Bond, and you got Regen, so it's reviving faster. And you got Tenacious Bond for headshot recovery, and then you got this one for killing a Eximus to reduce the cooldown even more, so that's really, really solid. Contagion Bond. Yeah, this all looks good. Yeah, nothing to say. Inrows for your tornadoes and run through maps. Honestly, that was a really fun build. What do you got here? Pistol Gambit. What's this? Burst Laser. Blast, Magnetic. I probably wouldn't run Blast if you can handle it. If you can manage it. Like, I would rather run a solo element here instead of Blast. Like Heat. I would just run solo Heat on here. And then you can get Primed Heated Charge on here too. But you are basically, it looks like, just using this as a status primer. Keep in mind that Galvanized Shot doesn't activate on your companion's weapon unless you have it activated on your weapon. So you need to have Galvanized Shot and using a pistol in order for it to activate. You put Guardian before Arc Coil? Yeah, if you need to, right? Because Manifold Bond will reduce the cooldowns from the top left, bottom right, starting with immediately to its left. So you could move Guardian here, and then move this, like, basically just move everything down and move Guardian here. Because then it would reduce the cooldown of both of these. Is the idea behind it. Or put that there, and, like, you know, essentially move everything down, move that there. Which you can do pretty easily. It's not hard. That's just sort of swapping polarities, which you can do inside of your actions. So, like, you can get this cooldown refresh a little bit faster, which is nice to have. But also, having Arc Coil constantly spawning with Manifold Bond is also really nice. Rainy Fish? Nourish over the 3. Circumvent for survivability. Molt Augmented. Shock Trooper. Equilibrium. High duration. A little bit of range. Okay, so what I would do here... Whose is this? Rainy Fish. Hey, Naga, how you doing? I would probably remove Augur Message, put on the Discharge Augment, and Archon Stretch. So then you can regenerate your shields on demand with this if you have problems with your Circumvent, or if you're in a mission without Circumvent. So... that's another way you could go there. It's assumed over the damage ability. Yeah, it gives you extra crit damage, which is kind of nice. But if you're wanting to play around with Discharge as well, then this is the ability that makes the most sense to put over. Because we got Shock Trooper there. It's multiplicative? Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's like really, really good to use as Volt Shield. It's really, really good. But if you are wanting to use the 4, then this is the sort of only ability that makes the most sense for how we're doing here. Unless, of course, you don't need speed, right? Speed gives you reload speed, attack speed. So if you're not doing like melee stuff and you don't care about the movement speed, you could put that over there if you wanted to. But I would say because you didn't put it over the 4, I would recommend the augment for the 4 for your shield gen. Volt Prime, very cool looking. Birda Beam, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. That looks cool. Man, that Volt skin just looks so good. Phantasm. Multi-shot status, minus fire rate. Okay, the minus fire rate's a little bit rough here. That's a little bit unfortunate. Is Shock Trooper that good? Yes. Yes. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you can't like me. You want to support the community, Twitch, sub, Twitch, Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. You know what? I'm kind of interested now. Now that we've talked about that. That was 6 times. What would that actually look like? Right? So it's... So it'd be 1 plus tier. And the tiers are, if I remember correctly, yellow is tier 1, orange is tier 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 50% crit chance, so that gets you up to tier 2. So let me think here. Oh, something like this. What does that actually look like here? So it'd be 1 plus 3. We're just going to assume we're hitting red crits for the sake of it. Plus what? 1 plus 3. 1 plus 2 times. Does it not have brackets on it? Why does this not have brackets on it? Inside. Plus 2 times bracket. Let's go back here. Minus, whoops. 6, no. 6 minus. No. It's fine. 1 plus 2 times here. 6 minus 1, close. 11. And then if we were to do that equation again. Ugh, I hate this thing so much. 1 plus... No. 1 plus 3 times bracket 5 close equals 16. Yeah, so it's just adding into it, essentially. Am I doing this math wrong? 1 plus 2. Oh, right. Crit multiplier. All right. Okay. This actually might be different. Hold on. Hold on. What? 1 plus 2 times bracket 2 times 1.2 minus 1 close bracket. No, that's not right. What did I go? What? What did I do wrong? Oh no. 1 plus 2 times bracket 2 bracket 1 plus 1.2 close bracket minus 1 close bracket equals that. Okay. I'm just bad at math. Who would have thunk? North America. So then if we go 1 plus 2 times bracket 3.5. That's with this idiot on. Wait, this thing has 3.5 base? Is Tenacious Bond now not showing up in here again? What is... This annoys me. No, Tenacious Bond isn't showing up here now. It was before. Do I just not have Tenacious Bond active on my companion? Whatever. 3.5. 3.5. Let's go back over here. 3.5 bracket 1 plus crit damage. No, it's crit chance. Crit chance. Is this really just 1 point? Just that guy? Okay. 1.2 close bracket minus 1 close bracket equals, so 14. Okay. No, I'm just trying to remember here. Just trying to remember that. If you have Hunter Synergy hitting the bond mark, yeah, I mean, I'm at that. I just maybe don't have Tenacious Bond on this build for some reason. No, I have it. It's just not showing up in the arsenal now. Weird. Weird. Does this thing have a 3.5 base? Am I losing my mind? Uva. No, it's got a 2.3. Why was it showing the 3.5? Why was it showing the Tenacious Bond when I didn't have Tenacious Bond on? Yeah, now it's not showing it. Wait, what is going on? Huh? That's weird. Never move speed on Volt because it help a lot in most cases. Yeah, most of the time. Most of the time. Yeah, no, the UI, it was updating before. So something changed. Something changed recently with the hotfix. You wouldn't have to, that's why I was being like, oh? Because it used to just work properly. Infernus! Don't mind you, wrestling with Wrathful Vans, forcefully make the Rumblejack a quit weapon. I mean, you true, good. Remove the 4 with Roar on what? I need context. On Volts? If you're not using the 4 for survivability or damage, yes. Survivability through its augment. The only thing I would say on here, Infernus, is it's got 90% follow through. So I would put on some range on here. The second one is? Okay. Yeah, I'd still put some range on here. Also, you don't have any base damage on here. You got no neutral damage on here. Like condition overload or prime pressure point or something. It still melts steel path? Yeah, probably. Definitely. Yeah, and no attack speed either. Like what I would do is attack speed, condition overload. Those two. And also if you're feeding your crit with Kulovo, you probably also don't need Blood Rush on here. Use Warcry with it. Is this on Kulovo? Warcry Kulovo? Then I would still say get some range on here. Like this is not giving you a whole lot of crit, right? This is giving you like 50% crit. Like you could remove this, you could remove this or this. I would say get some range on here. Somewhere between this and a neutral damage mod is what I would do. Because if you're getting all your crit damage out of your purple shards, you don't necessarily need to be, and you're getting 120% crit damage here, which is not showing here, obviously. So probably some range and whatnot. What's follow through? Follow through is essentially a stat that dictates how much damage you deal to enemies after the first enemy. So if you have 90% follow through, you deal 100% damage to the first enemy, you deal 90% damage to the second enemy, the third enemy is 90% of that 90%, and so on and so on and so forth. So it's essentially a balancing factor to melees in the game. And if you want some more information on it, thank you for summoning me that link, Aced. I got a short here for you. As for electric, you're using the force electric proc on the slam attacks. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the Rumblejack's got some weird tech to it. Got some really weird tech. Yeah, so you just activate influence once every 18 seconds with the slam. And then you just spread around heat and corrosive. Kind of like that. I assume that you're just doing the slam to activate influence, and then you just go do normal damage, and then you do slam on there and keep doing more. Is what I assume you're doing. Zos, Mesa. We already saw the Mesa. What's that Sign Donna? It's the Sign Donna from the Equinox Prime access. Yep, only using slam to trigger influence. Yeah, I figured. That's really pretty, Zos. Ooh, I gotta go do that armor challenge still. Hydro. Sorry for the wait. Plasma sword. This is an old AF weapon. You're still in that survival? What is wrong with you people? Okay, so you got corrosive on here. Initial combo is nice. Status duration is real not great. Definitely keep rolling that. That is kind of a crit status hybrid weapon. It's got good critical damage. No, is this fucking showing the stupid thing through here again? Yes, it is. That's so stupid. Yeah, it's more of a status. I mean, it's not really a status. Yeah, I would probably keep rolling that ribbon, sadly. Dual Toxica. Or Dual Toxicus, sorry. Damage, crit chance, multi-shot, minus damage, Grenier. Okay, the minus damage Grenier is really bad. But you'll probably still melt everything because of the amount of damage, multi-shot, and critical damage you have here. So, like, you're probably still going to be ripping things to shreds, even with dealing half damage to Grenier. So you probably should still be fine. Ideally, this is like one of the worst negatives to have. Like, just being realistic, this is one of the worst negatives to have. The rest of those are really good, and you might be able to sort of play around with it. Acabrunt, melee, status chance, critical damage. This thing is more of a crit-based weapon, so you do kind of want to be playing more into the crits. I think even the Incarnate's more of a crit-based weapon, so you kind of want to be going in that direction, so losing critical chance is a little bit rough. Uzi, Valkyr, we saw that. Degath. Why Rolling Guard? Because you aren't running the augment for Grave Spirit, so that's going to be your emergency survivability function. It'll have a 25-second cooldown always, so I guess that's giving you... Rolling Guard is giving you shield gating, so that you don't have to activate Grave Spirit as often, and also making it so that you don't have to be as worried about it, which is fair. Sentient Wrath. Okay. That's kind of cool. Gonna head out and try to figure out why your eye is so itchy. I hope that you have your good rest of your day, Infernus. Thanks so much for popping in today. Ice Storm. I assume Ice Storm's just being activated by cold somewhere else, since you don't have cold here. 40% more duration and strength. Yeah, I kind of like this. It's neat. And if you don't like Sentient and Wrath, of course, our other option is Widow's Embrace. Or whatever it is. Webbed Embrace. And you do have such high range that Webbed Embrace would actually be pretty usable here. As a alternative option. Pack Leader and Prime Pack Leader. Thank you. Galfrey. Orkin reactor resources or the reactor itself. You can get Orkin reactors from... Yeah, I saw that you said Kreen there, Uzi. Orkin reactors can be got from like the Nightwave store. Or sorties occasionally. Archon hunts, 99 calendar are generally speaking where you can get them. You can also occasionally get it from Akrithis' shop in the Dormazone. I believe they pop up there every once in a while. Hey Phantom, how you doing? I really like that Citrine Galfrey. Secondator. Ooh. You know, I do hate black and red, but that does look nice. Gauss. Yo, however, on the other hand, yes. Very nice Gauss. Soren, what you got? Do you need health conversion? I feel like you're already going to be at like max armor with Hollowed Ground and Reckoning and Renewal. I feel like you don't need health conversion here. I feel like you're getting more than enough armor from the triple combo threat there. Blessing, Persistence, Hunter Adrenaline. Yeah, I feel like you probably don't need this, realistically speaking. Because just using these does it for you. Conversion gets a fraction of what Oberon can provide? Yeah, precisely. I would say you don't need this, necessarily. What you might want to do instead is... What? How much health is this going to give you? Health per second with what? Strength? Oh, the strength doesn't show up properly. Well, I mean, not even without, like, not even taking that into account, Luna. The amount of armor that he gets is going to be way above 1400 just from Renewal and Reckoning. The amount of armor that you get from this combination is going to be way above that 1400. Even without the status immunity being on here. His passive's also like Magic Skin Light now? Yeah, but that's only on Health Orb spawning, right? Or Universal Orb. Which, like, Persistence is good for when those cases, like, doesn't kick in. But yeah, I would say you don't need health conversion here. Like, I would switch out health conversion for something else, and I would run Renewal Bond on your companion. Or Rejuvenating Bond on a companion so that your health orbs will do more. And that will clean out your extra... any extra damage you take that Renewal can't heal you for Persistence. So, yeah. Doesn't his passive interfere with energy gain from Adrenaline? Yeah, but if you... it's only a half second, right? So if you're not spawning health orbs, then Adrenaline will kick in for the extra energy. But you could also, maybe instead of Blessing, run Universal Fallout so that you have Universal Orb spawning for your energy sustain if you are finding that problem there. But you should probably be fine. It's only a half second, and then you start taking damage again. No, it's a quarter second, isn't it, with his passive? It's the last one that's a half second. So you'll be chunking through the passive pretty quickly, so you should still be able to regenerate health fairly reasonably there. You might want to try Universal Fallout, but you should be fine. Boar Prime, your favorite weapon? The boar is so good. Crux. Yo, you know what's really good on the boar? If you're going a full status build, Debilitate. You should try Debilitate on here. Especially since you already got 2 combo elements. Debilitate. Highly recommended. Heat, damage to infested, just base damage minus impact. Yeah, impact doesn't matter here. And then the base damage is not necessary, but nice. And then heat, because it's just replacing a heat mod. I would replace this with the radiation mod and then go debilitate if I was doing this. Question about the Latron Prime Incarnate. Hit me, what's up? And let's take a look at your Uriel. Ooh, that's pretty. I actually really like that. I like the pink coming through. That's nice. Bonifir, what you got? No, that's an Akblov. I lied to you. Bonifir, Mesa. Ooh. Ooh, I like that. My Simpact's great. Oh yeah, my Simpact's amazing. Armor strip per puncture, headshot damage, or base critical chance increase. I go crits. You don't necessarily need the armor strip anymore. Armor is less important than it used to be. After the Jade Shadows update, where enemy armor got capped at 2,700, so you can actually deal with armor much easier now. So I wouldn't. I would go for crits personally. Because that thing when it goes into crit mode, and like if you get a decent crit riven on there, like you don't need a riven to make it good, but like I would just go into crits personally. I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody, and then we'll take a look at this build here. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to subs to Turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. And then we'll take a look at this Mesa. Sorry, I'm just checking my YouTube comments. Any Goss builds? I don't play Goss very much. If you're looking for like decent Goss, just high strength, high duration. And like shield gatey stuff. UI Anton, how you doing? Okay, Bonifer, let's take a look at your Mesa here because I'm seeing some problems here. The main problem is this. When you're in your 4, this does not give you energy. This does not give you energy when you're in your 4. So as long as you're aware of that, then you're fine. Doesn't need to give you energy in your 4? Okay, as long as you're aware that you're not gaining energy when you're in your 4, then you're fine. As long as like you're using this just as an energy thing for when you're out of your 4, I understand that reasoning. At that point though, you might want to try Archon Stretch instead. Archon Stretch will be activated by a companion, give you a little bit more range, make Peacemakers a little bit easier to use because it will increase the field of view on it, and also give the rest of these a little bit more there. Also, at the start of what you said, you're eating was eaten by the end of the mods. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, so the only thing I'm saying is this here. That's all I was saying. I was waiting until the ad break was over. This does not give you energy from here. You could go Archon Stretch instead. It's 1 less energy a second, but then it's also some range, so then it makes Peacemakers have the field of view a little bit better. So it's not doing electric? Okay, so if you're not doing electric, then that's fine. Hotshot, velocity, classic, yep. Redirection. Brief Respite. I guess you could just sort of re-kick your shields with Brief Respite. I would say you probably, I mean, Brief Respite's not going to be doing a whole lot for you here. Especially since you're running at 100% efficiency. Yeah. A good Paris build? Give me a minute here and I'll see what I got for you. The OR could be anything. Yeah, I would go Target Cracker. Or not Target. I would go corrosive projection. Yeah, and this is the classic build. Yeah, nothing to say on here. Encumber. You're running Encumber. Interesting. You know what you might want to try? Switching out velocity. I know. You're already gonna yell at me. Switching out velocity for impetus if you're using Encumber. Encumber could proc Archon Stretch. Yeah, but again, that is actually another thing. That's a good point. Since you're running Encumber, our Encumber will activate Archon Stretch. So another reason to go into Archon Stretch there if you're using Encumber. Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with the gas cold on here. Like, I would go Blast Electric. But if you're using the cold, like gas is just gas, right? If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's free AoE damage. You don't really care. And if you're doing the cold just so that you have better crowd control on the enemies, like I get that. Just slow enemies down so they're not hitting you as much. But I would probably go like corrosive heat on here is what I would do rather than gas and cold. So then you're getting armor strip on both sides. You're getting damage. You're getting dots and so on and so forth. Slowing things down, stopping them, useful in long duration. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's what I figured you were doing, and that's why you're doing that. I would I mean, would I run radiation? No, I wouldn't. No. I mean, you could run radiation, actually. They're running hotshot. But I do agree, you should get some crit chance on here. But you would have to, like, remove an element on here in order to do that. So maybe you don't want to do that. I do agree that crit chance would do you really well. So, for your Paris, going back to you. Do I have a Paris build done? That's a great question. Where's that Paris mod? I don't own it? No, weird. Yeah, this is what I run on my Paris. This is just a status chance. You just throw on whatever element you want here. It's not an Exilus mod. I thought it was an Exilus mod, the Paris one. Paris Prime. It is an Exilus mod, yeah. It is. Yep. You can barely see it, but it's there. Yep, it's an Exilus. Or at least that's what the wiki says. I mean, like, you're right. It shouldn't be a Exilus, but it is. Now, on here, I've, like, realistically speaking, I should be running an element instead of these two. This was just supposed to be a funny build. Because this is multiplicative on here for the incarnate form. So you do want to be running elements on here. I just chose not to. I'm running longbow sharp shot here as well. You can run deadhead instead. Like, realistically, you do want to have some more elements here than what I got. But like, this is where I go. MR25 Titania? I mean, MR doesn't matter for Titania. Oh, MR25 test? What one's the MR25 test? Can't remember. So like, if I was playing this properly, I would probably go elements here, like 1 or 2 elements. Yeah, and that's without the augment mod here for the health stuff. Arcwing elimination? Oh, I'm not certain. I'm sorry. Witcher. But yeah, I would go like deadhead here instead, and then I would go elements here, so that you get multiplicative damage from this. So that the prime heated charge can boost the proc damage. Gotcha blast depending. Yeah, it's fair. It works. Adaptation. I mean, I would probably run adaptation instead of health conversion on there. I probably would. Akblov. Good approach. I mean, you're getting there. Yeah, you haven't gotten stuff in here. I don't really work with the worm, so I don't got like a whole lot of information for you. I'm sorry. I don't really know much about the worm at all. We saw that earlier. Quill, what you got? Ooh, how am I? I don't know. I'm not doing great today. I'm just like, buh. Mirage. Ooh, you know what? Okay, I'm not a big fan of the metallic color here on the shoulders, but I know that's a part of the skin, so you don't really have much of a choice. But I do love the way that looks. What do we got? You don't have Universal Fallout yet, nor access to it, but it might be the goal. Don't forget that you do, you actually do have access to it if you have access to the Simulacrum. Not Simulacrum, sorry, Sanctum Adonomica. It's now in the Holvania relic pool. Or not relic pool, arcane pool. Okay, Rhino Circumvent. So Circumvent gives you some more shields or more armor so that you can feed it into Iron Skin. I would run health conversion instead of this. So the whole idea with Rhino is you just want as much armor as possible to pop Iron Skin, so that Iron Skin, because Iron Skin's Overguard generation scales off your power strength and your armor values. So I would look at, like, I wouldn't use these, and I would look at like health conversion. You could go into shields and then do the parasitic shield stuff for this. You could use the augment for Rhino's charge, which gives you armor based on the number of enemies that you hit. But I think that these two aren't the right choice. Also, you probably don't need Streamline, but you should have some duration on here for your roar. I would definitely recommend some duration on here for your roar. Your Rhino Prime fashion. Yo. Cool tattoo, is it new? No, I've had this longer than I've been streaming. This one? Yeah, I've had that for I got that during the pandemic. Really cool looking Mirage. Parasitic armor is way back there in the helmet, sadly. Yeah, so then don't worry about it. If you have Chroma fed into the helmet, you could also go Cold Elemental Ward. Because he's got like pretty decent base armor. If I remember correctly, Rhino's got pretty decent. This is really hot. This is my favorite signed on in the game, by the way. I just don't use it very much. It's one of my faves. Rhino. Yeah, so his base armor is 290, so you could go Cold Elemental Ward. So that would be like giving you a couple hundred armor, and you could feed that into him. Just an idea for you. Greninja! Froust! Okay, Nourish just for extra energy, stretch. Since you're running Nourish, definitely, if you have the mod capacity or the forma to do it, switch out Stretch for Archon Stretch. Humble Fiber, Humble Intensify, yep. Overextended, yep. Ice Storm, yeah, get Ice Storm maxed out when you can. Battery for your energy, yep, makes sense. Energy Siphon. Yeah, the only thing I would say is switch this out for Archon Stretch, have a companion activate it because you got Nourish there. Need to do the call missions? Then there you go. You got, you have a checklist of things to do. Cool looking Frost, actually. I really like that. It's kind of nice looking. I like. Riaz, Volt Prime. Oh, didn't we take a look at this earlier? No, we didn't take a look at this earlier. Blind Rage, Adaptation, Shock Trooper, Umbral Intensify, Umbral Grace? I'd probably run Aegis. You just need some form of like shield generation. Not sure what to subsume. I mean, you could go like Pillage for armor strip and shield gen. You go Onamori for survivability. You go Roar for damage. You go Nourish for damage and energy. Honestly, the world's kind of your oyster with what you got. You go in any direction, realistically. Yeah. I think what you have there is actually really solid. Oh, that's really weird looking, but I love it. That's real weird, but I do like. How do you send a build? You just use my in-game name there. You click over here, you go here, and you click this button here. Link config in chat. Same in the other side, where the link look in chat for your appearance. 175 range is usually enough for Prismatic Companion, which you are running. Energized, multi-augmented. The only thing I would say on here is throw a make sure you have an equilibrium shard or two for your energy. Anti himself, welcome in. Archon Kuluvo is the truth. Others just aren't open to it yet. I mean, that would actually be pretty fun. Collective Curse, depending on the Archon. Yep, it could be fun. I mean, Collective Curse is just outrageously strong. So, like, anything with Collective Curse is good. It's not just Archons. Nourish over the 1? I would put Nourish over the 4 if you're not using the 4's augment. Personally. If you're not using the 4's augment, I would put Nourish over the 4. There's not really much of a reason to be running this. I mean, the critical damage is nice. Yeah, the critical damage is really nice. Yeah, never mind, I take it back. No, I like this. Never mind. It's just you might have problems for spawning health orbs if you're wanting to do the equilibrium tech, but you should be fine without it. Yeah. Latron. Okay, so you're playing for the AoEs. Crit chance, damage, weapon recoil. Ooh, nice. Realistically, you don't need ammo mutation here. This thing has really good base ammo. Ammo maximum of 540. You very much don't need this. You'd be looking at things to reduce the recoil, or like vigilante supplies instead of this for the crits. Grace and Aegis on Volt? I wouldn't go Grace, but I would go Aegis. Mirage build? Yeah, type X with Mirage. I don't know if we saw this already, but if we didn't, oh, I do actually really like that. I usually hate black and red, but you know what? It looks good. Vectis, depleted reload, magazine capacity, reload speed, deadhead, cannonade, target acquired, prime chamber. Yep. One thing that you might want to try, this is an ace special. Instead of deadhead, go for crux. Prime chamber will continuously activate if you have ammo efficiency, so you can go crux and then just have this used as a shotgun speed. Yep. This is a really, really tasty roll for the Vectis. So the only thing I would say here is maybe crux. That's it. Do you only need one of those? Do you not need both? I thought it would be dropping your magazine size down. You would have to make it round down, so you'd need minus 45%. Or minus 51% on the magazine capacity. Hey, Intensity, how you doing? Welcome in. The minus 25 brings it to 1? Oh, so it rounds that much, eh? Yeah, so then you don't need this. I'd get like an element, get some more damage on here. If that's the case, then you don't need this. Sticky Joe, Synapse. Debilitate Synapse? Oh my lord, is that necessary? Oh my lord, look at this ribbon. What the hell? Multi-shot, crit chance, crit damage. Sheesh. Sheesh. With Debilitate? I mean... Prefect, can I make a suggestion here? Elementalist. You're using all damaging elements here with Debilitate. Instead of Hammer Shot, Elementalist, that might be more damage. You know what I mean? Using Hammer Shot for companion stat stick? Oh, okay, sure. Alright, fine. Yeah. Recommend build Citrine? Type exclamation point Citrine if you want to see my build. Archon Stretch, it's not Archon Flow. You need more 4 month capacity for your Frost at it. I'm not gonna lie, Archon Flow is not that great. It needs to be on kill and it has a 10-second cooldown. You're very rarely actually getting kills with this 4. Not very often. Archon Flow is, in comparison, trash. Like, it's just not that great. It's just not that good, unfortunately. I wish that it was better. Oh, you missed it? You don't need the, because your Riven is above 25% minus magazine capacity, you don't need that other mod that gives you minus magazine capacity, plus reload speed. So just throw on, like, some elements there for more damage. Is all I was, saying there, Naga. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break, and then we will keep taking a look at people's builds, and then we're gonna go run a relic mission. See you in a second. You have battery on Frost for energy capacity? Yep. Battery is the right choice. It's minus 23? I saw minus 26 on my screen. So yeah, if it's minus 23, then yeah, you'd want that. So that's odd. Why was it showing minus 26 on my screen, but minus 23 on yours? Pillage on his 2 or 4? I would put it on the 4. Would minus 23 still bring you down to 1? Anyway, long story short, try taking off that mod, see if your magazine's 1. If it's not, put the mod back on. And if not, then put on an element. You know, whatever, some combination of those actions. Some combination of trial and error, see what happens. And then we'll take a look at Ronzo's stuff once this ad break's over. How am I today? I'm not doing great today, man. I'm tired. Yeah, so then if you tried it out and it's not functioning that way, then yeah, then you have to run that other mod. S4 not really good, even without the electric shards. It's just more of, it's not, like, it's one of those things of, it's not that it's not good, it's that for most Volt players, it's not, it's the slot that people put a Riven over, or put a helmet over. When I think of your Citrine, really, really nice. Nothing to say. The only thing I was saying with your Citrine is, because you put something over her 1, you may want to try putting that over the 4 instead, so that you can have equilibrium shards feeding you energy from her 1 with the health orb spawn there, especially if you're not using the augment for her 4, because I just find that her 4 without the augment isn't that great to use. But if you like the 4 that way, then just do it that way. It doesn't really matter. You kind of want to do it to his 2? You don't want the... Are you not... Like, you don't want the reload speed? You don't want the movement speed? You don't want the attack speed? Then put it over the 2. If that makes sense for the way you want to play, then do it that way, right? 8k shields in construction survival because it's funny. Would like to get 10k shields because it's funnier. But I don't think I've gotten to your Mirage yet. Purple Equilibrium Shard on Frost for more energy, yeah. Elemental Ward, I assume going into Electric for the extra shields and stuff. Expertise to fuel strength into shields. If you have it, try Pillage here, Ronzo, instead of Cold Elemental Ward. The electric damage will, the electricity will, get more damage from, armor being removed. So if you're just using this for your shield values, you may have better, you may have more fun using, Pillage instead. Reduces enemy armor, Makes all your stuff do more damage, gives you back shields, gives you stats cleanse. It's just like the best helmet in the game. It's really, really good. What do you got first? Oh, that's really pretty. That's really, really pretty. Yeah, that's pretty. I don't put it on the 1 because the 1's augment is actually really solid. Compressor, want to know if you should keep trying for a better Riven? Yeah, see, the problem is the compressor is still lowest Riven disposition possible. So this isn't going to be, you're not really going to be getting much better of a Riven roll. Like, this numbers are not correct. This should not be this high. Under any circumstances, this thing's brand new and still at a Riven Dispo 1, so this should not be that high. This is probably like 90 damage, 50 toxin, and 50 status, probably. And honestly, I would keep it the way that it is. You know, it's a 60-60 toxin that gives you base damage. Right? You could roll something better, like crit damage, element damage, fire rate, multi-shot, somewhere in that area. You could roll something better. But, like, that's a perfectly usable one. It shows base weapon? Yeah, this is new that it's showing base weapon. It used to show the stats on the actual here. Or at least I thought it did. Yeah, I like it. Blast, by the way, goes really, really well on this weapon with Enervate. Maybe try Blast instead of the electric gas. Switch out, Oh, you wouldn't be able to do that because your Riven has that. Never mind. Rainy Fish, Anoko. 50-50 120? Yeah, 50-50 120 is pretty solid. You could roll something better, obviously, but like that's not bad at all. No. Concentration to lock more duration into whatever ability you feel like. Roar over the 1, so you're surviving using the 3, which is really, really good. Multi-augmented for more power strength, so you can lock extra duration into here. All of these 3 abilities like having more duration, so that's pretty sick. Very high strength value, so your Bright Bonnet will be doing really, really well. Hey, Cole, been a while, how you doing? Yeah, this looks great. Nothing to say. Nothing to say at all. I feel like Boreal's Hatred's probably not needed. But, you know, it's not bad to have. Veld, your Vauban. So the problem is that we don't really know what Vauban's going to be like until after the update happens here. Hot Shot, Neutron Star, Energized, Brief Respite, Equilibrium. Yeah, it looks good. The only real thing that I would say is, like, you could maybe get more damage out of it by putting on Archon Vitality so that Neutron Stars are applying 2 heat procs with each Neutron Star instead of 1. You know what I mean? Also, don't forget that Hotshot doesn't give crit chance to Null Stars. If that's the tech you're going for. I think that it does transfer the crit chance to the mind layer, though. And these are both counts as a weapon abilities. And there's some really funny tech in there with like Arcane Arachne, Vigorous Swap, that type of stuff. You may want to get some duration on here. Just so you aren't having to recast stuff as often. And also Null Star scales off duration. So you might want to get some duration on here too. In fact, that's probably what I would do. I would switch it out for Blind Rage, and I would switch it out for Continuity. Because between Archon, Stretch, Equilibrium, and Energize, you shouldn't have any energy problems, even with that amount. Mole Slippers! I hate. Afflictions. Neat. Sash chance, attack speed, crit chance, or crit damage, sorry. Yeah, looks all good to me. Nothing to say on there. A Rhino. Weird. Evil Rhino. Evil Ghost Rhino. Nami Solo. For your Volt build. Magnetic Viral, I guess Shock Trooper to activate influence, high range, cold range, crit damage, minus slash. Minus slash is a little bit rough, but like the rest of that rune's really good. And that gives you viral pretty easily, and then also gives you range and also gives you crit damage. Blood Rush, Galvanized Steel, Elementals. Yeah, looks good. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Yash, that is the classic platinum tech. Nothing to say. Looks good to me. Nothing to say. Looks good. Dante? It's red and black. Is red and black. Looks good. It's classic for a reason. Witch Doc. Candidate works on the Archiplasmor? Yeah, it's a semi-auto. A Mirage? Yeah, actually, I agree with this. This is actually a fairly decent mod for her. Bellicose, you don't have enough health for Bellicose. Switch Bellicose out for Molt Augmented. Total Eclipse, yep. So typically speaking with Mirage, you want to go high strength, high duration. So I would recommend, like, you don't necessarily need Streamline. You don't necessarily need, like, yeah, you don't necessarily need these two. So you want strength and duration instead of these two. And then, like, Molt Augments instead of that. Mirage Prime. Ooh, cool fashion. It's Maria Like It Loud by Scooter. Ooh. Oh, you know what? That helmet with those horns actually looks really cool, Witch. I like that. Hydroid Prime. Oh, we already saw that. Away with you. Goodbye. Okay, how many fools do we got here? We got so many fools. Okay, I'm gonna go do a mission. I need to kill some stuff. I've been sitting still for too long, and it's driving me insane. I need to kill stuff. I need things to die. Do I have a Latron Prime build? Yep, type exclamation point Latron. Erzman, you want to join? Sure. Saginator. And we got room for one more. I don't know what we're doing, but we're doing some relics. Who would like to join me? We're gonna do a survival. Riaz, sure. Baby, I'm howling for you. Let's play with my boar. What boar build is this? This is the debilitate boar. It was kind of fun. Let's give this a try. Man, I don't know why I'm so freaking tired today. I think it's just been a long week. A long as hell week. It's the weather? Yeah, the weather is a little bit buh. Just a little buh. Buh. The new Coda edition? Yeah, the Coda Monaco. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm more excited for
Do you have a matching relic?
I think I'm more excited for the Ghoul Saw of all things. Only because I want to see how silly that thing can get. It's a fine room. Let's hang out here, peeps. Melt. 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 Ouch. 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 I think you're right. I think it's just the weather getting me down. What are you doing up there, bud? Just stuck frozen in the air. Frozen for all time. The thing that I like about status-based builds, it's not that it kills right away, but I just like watching them suffer. I just like watching them suffer. Is Grendel good? Yeah, Grendel's incredible. I love Grendel. Did I not bring a companion? I did, okay. I just want to watch them suffer. I swear I'm not a psychopath, okay? I'm maybe a little bit sadistic, but I swear I'm not a psychopath. Boar doesn't give slow deaths, but debilitate, it's like just weight of death from like amount of status effects. A sociopath? No. I'm someone who just has severe trauma in my life, so I've had to develop sociopathic tendencies in order to cope with reality. When I was getting my psycho ed evaluation done, the doc was like, so, because they're not my usual psych, they're just like, so, have you had a lot of trauma in your life? Yeah, why? Oh, that explains this result. What do you mean? Like, I didn't know if you had sociopathic tendencies because of like an autism thing, or if you had sociopathic tendencies, like, you know, the whole, like, there are a few things with it where they like connect, but it's not, you know, anywhere close to it. But there's like a few things in there that were like, are you autistic or is there like something else here? And it turns out that it was something else. The ability to, in crisis situations, just go, emotions, I will deal with you later. I'm gonna disassociate from this for the moment. I'll be back. I'll be back later. Neja. How you doing, Fenrir? Boom, boom, boom. You like volt buffs? I mean, I don't really mind volt buffs. They're fine. I'll always take more damage from a volt, though. I'll never say no to a shock trooper. It's delicious. Sounds too familiar? Yeah. So she's just like, so I'm not your normal psych, but I have a question for you. Yeah. That is a lot of strength. I assume you got the strength buff. What do I think about Vauban's mini rework? There's one thing that I really hope that they'll do, which is put LOS on his 4. That's the one thing. I want his 4 to have an LOS check. Otherwise, Vortex is just annoying to use in certain defense, certain mission types. LOS, line of sight. So it requires the enemy seeing the ability for the enemy to get affected by the ability. Oh, debilitate boar. What a silly thing you are. Whee! Debilitate! Vector pad and overdrive being tied together? Yeah, I also don't know how I feel about that. I have a sneaky suspicion that it's basically just going to turn into me never using vector pad. I'm not a big fan of that. I actually really just dislike the whole vector pad forcing you to move around. But I also just generally hate anything for that. Like anything that makes you lose control of your frame. I really hate. And in that case, you would lose control of your frame, yeah. So just, I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that yet. We'll have to test it out when I get it. Jade Eximus have LOS check. You're tired of being melted by a Jade Light. Some mob on the other side behind twin walls. I think they do have an LOS check. They require line of sight on you to cast it. But then if you move away, it follows you around. Vector pads in a squad be annoying, but for solo player, you think it's fine? Yeah, I agree. I think what Quill said there is just make Vector pad give you a sprint boost. The movement of it is just frustrating. At least to me, it's frustrating. Like maybe there's like someone who really enjoys it and will have a ton of fun with it. But for me, I just get frustrated by stuff like that very quickly and easily. Very quickly and easily. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a second. Yeah, I do like the look of the Vauban rework. It all looks good, but just they need to give the 4 an LOS check, and they need to just not do the vector pad thing and just give us sprint speed instead. Kaiser, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Boobs. Float on Strike having guaranteed blast damage would be fun with Topaz shield regen shards, and the fact that it deals double damage to Overguard. Like, that's really cool. And on top of all that, it's just generally getting a decent buff. Like, it's all around going to be pretty good. You believe his strength is throw stuff on ground and goes to another place? The real strength of him comes out of his the fact that he does enemy groupings that you can just like shoot people down inside of the whatever, the vortex. Groups people together. Flechette is counts as ability weapon, so it gets bonus damage from a bunch of different things. It's really good. Flechette's actually wildly good. Buff me! But I won't stand still. I refuse. I refuse to stand still. I shall not stand still. You have to come to me and give me my buffs. I refuse to be near you. The floor is lava, and you are the floor. Whee! Oh, it's just so good. I love boar. Unlimited I'm losing my mind. Mine Layer now will be used. Might count as weapon platform. Who knows? Yeah, I mean Mine Layer was used like Overdrive and the Flechette Orb. People just didn't really use the Tether Grenade because we have Vortex. You know what I mean? But like them putting the Tether Grenade onto the Flechette is actually pretty solid. Because if anything, it's just another enemy grouping and all that jazz. I really want to see Vortex get that line of sight check. Bye. 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 Nintendo was kind of bad with 2 hooks maximum. Yeah, I don't remember how many hooks it has right now. It's just like, it's just one of those things of, we already have, whatchamacallit, Vauban have a deluxe skin. Yeah, it has the, like, armor. He has, like, the armor steampunk knight look from his deluxe. I'm not gonna lie, I just like the Prime version. You were typing? I know. I wanted to make fun of you, but I decided not to. I don't know. It's probably something Prime Sure footed. But still not having an enemy cap? Yeah, and also the armor strip doing better, doing faster, and... See, this is the problem with a debilitate weapon, is that it's not good for those mini bosses. No. Why did you hit a weak point? My cat is just cucking me. You bastard. Even on your birthday? Would you want it any other way? Look deep into your soul. Leech X misses. Status effects. Hey, what? Oh, you're over there. How'd you get over there? Light attack build for the master? No, I don't have a light attack build for the master. I don't even have any builds for the master at the moment. I will be taking a look at it, especially with that deluxe skin coming out. Would I be interested in running arbitrations? Probably not tonight. Sorry, mate. Sorry, Hydro. I can't remember the last time I actually did arbitrations, now that I'm said that. Yeah, the deluxe skins, the Goss and Grendel deluxe skins are a part of the, March update. The Dagath is on the February 11th. Yeah, Shadowgrapher is the, those deluxes. And the Vomit Heirloom. Is better on arc weapons than primary because the enemies that you kill can stack up to 10 stacks, are usually killed before you can build up, and most of the things that can survive long enough no longer take more than 4 procs. So having secondary arcane make up for that fact. Primary arcane slot helps. It kind of depends on the weapon, right? This thing has like 400% status chance, and with the amount of fire rate and continuous fire chain beam, multi-shot giving multiplicative status and multi-shot, it's really, really good on here, and also on like any chain beam, if I'm being honest. Debilitate's wild. The whole multiplicative damage and status chance that multi-shot gives to chain beams or continuous fire weapons is just a game changer in that equation. Yeah, it's fantastic on the Galaxian, it's great on the Boar. Anything that's got like high multi-shot, high fire rate, and high status chance. Like, I did Debilitate on the Sobek, and that was really fun. I did Debilitate on the Comb, that was really fun. The Boar, for the Boar and Karnin. The Strun and Karnin's got some really funny things with it because it has such high status chance and high multi-shot. You still prefer Crux on the Comb? Yeah, I do prefer the Crux on the Comb. Because the ammo efficiency on the Comb is just really strong. Really, really strong. Using Crux on the Boar? Yeah, I'm using Debilitate on this Boar. Haven't tested this. Corrosive, max corrosive procs to force the status limited enemies to get 10 stacks of corrosive. Theoretically, yes. Because I know that it does work from like 4 to 8 with normals. So theoretically, yes, that is the case. Where are the enemies? What did you do with all my enemies? What have you done? Where's my Nova? What's going on here? Nova, summon me more enemies. I hunger for violence. I hunger, Father. I crave violence. Source of toxic electricity proc, say adversary acolyte. Yeah, it actually would be pretty solid. No, I'm. Where the hell all these moths keep coming from? I just got moths in my apartment. I don't know where they're coming from. Every once in a while, I'll find a little moth. I'm like, why are you here? I don't have anything for you to eat. Go away. I don't even have clothes. Sabathun's Throne World? No. They need to up the density. This is literally the maximum enemy density that you can have. Steel Path uncaps enemy density. Outside of, like, you know, weird, you know, manipulations of systems. Like the whole limbo thing with stasis is kind of what I'm alluding to there. And the only reason I remember that is because I was watching Mika, and Mika was talking about that yesterday. Trying to tell you that you're dusty and old. True and real. True and real. The enemy pathing in here in this in Hold On or Whisper in the Walls, Sanctum Anonomica, for some reason just is can never seem to not get broken. To put it bluntly. There's like something real weird right now. Welcome back, Iron. How you doing? Sure. Yeah, sure. Hey, Rob, how you doing? The new Grendel skin's making a Grendel main. The new Grendel skin's really cool. I really love that more tech-oriented appearance. Like, that's the reason why I love the Harrier skin for Zephyr. Like, I love that. Like, I'll actually finally get into the weeds of Gauss one of these days because of it. I'll actually do something with Gauss. Instead of just like, yeah, high strength, high duration. Gonna cosplay many Transformers with a Gauss skin? You better. And if you don't, well, I'm gonna have to report you to the authorities. The clap build? Yeah, you just spam Thermal Thunder. It's a classic. Clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Eh, clap, 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 clap. Eh, clap, clap. You need a Gunpla of the Zephyr. Honestly, I'm shocked that we don't have Warframe Gunpla yet. I feel like that's something that Reb would be like, ah, yes, I love Gunpla. Rebecca Ford, love Gundams. I feel like Reb would love Gundams. Reb's that kind of nerd. Haro claps better on ESO? Yeah, the Haro over the one. Going well, stream has? I don't know, man. I lost all my energy. I'm super tired. The only way I can possibly get energy is if someone uses their Amazon Prime, Twitch Prime sub, and then I'll finally have some more energy. That's a joke. I won't have more energy. Sellout? Have you met me? I literally say I'm a child of divorce. You can buy my love. I say that all the time. Of course I'm a sellout. I know what I'm about. We have a sellout emote. Well, technically it's a shill emote. See? It's a sellout emote. You never seen the sellout emote? The make it rain? Yeah. Thoughts on Persistence Nezha? For the way that I play Nezha, I don't think Persistence is that good. Because you're usually surviving through your damage redirection with some combination when you're going to, like, if you're going super high endurance missions, some level of shield gating to augment that. Because you're usually playing some form of nuke build on Nezha, so you're constantly casting, so you're constantly activating shield gating through auger mods on the secondary, or brief respite, or both. So I'm not like a big fan of persistence on Nezha. But it's not a bad choice for him. You know what I mean? Do I think there's better choices for the way that I like to play? Yes. Do I think that that's a bad choice? No. Usually shield regen build, but sometimes you can get one shot in super high levels. Yeah, and that's why I do the shield gate, right? That's why if you type X plus Y Nezha, you'll see the 7 different Nezha builds is you use the damage redirection in combination with some levels of minor shield gating to just stop big bursts of damage from one-shotting you through Warning Halo. And that's the idea behind it. Like, you will never die as long as you are casting. And you'll never run out of energy because you should be running Blazing Chakram and with your Equilibrium, and then you go like that, and then you go like that, and then you go like that, and then they slam into the ground, and then they turn into Health Orbs. Except these guys have Hell Regard, so they're not getting that, and that makes you sad. Screw you, Handy Andy. Get out of here. Get out of here, you nerd. Okay, we are done at 20 minutes, so start looking towards extract, squad. Whee! Whee! Right, you go like that, you go like that, you go like that, you go like that. You're gonna be casting so frequently that just sort of like that little bit of shields that you get from auger mods or brief respite or anything like that is more than enough to sustain them. Like, I took this build to level cap with no brief respite, just sort of surviving through auger mods on my pistol, and I was like snoozing. Aw, someone forgot about the mag bubble. Someone forgot to hit the roll button. If you're the one to, you get persistence on any Warframe without any auger, armor mods, 5 Tal Blue Shields, or Naru. I mean, also just health conversion with a companion that has Synth Deconstruct, right? Health orbs are like things that rain from the skies now, so you don't really need to you don't really need to worry about it anymore. So many people, I think like most people these days, bring Synth Deconstruct on a companion. So there's health orbs everywhere now. But you are right, you can just use the blue shard tech as well. Combined with the most Warframes have some decent base armor. The caveat is no armor mods, health conversion is armor mod. No, yeah, I mean, absolutely. You don't need armor mods. But at that point, you're sacrificing 5 arc, what? You would need 1, 2, that would be 450. You would need all 5 armor shards, and then at that point, is 1 mod slot worth the 5 Archon shard slots? Right? GG! Like, is that worth it at that point? Only you can tell. I can't. Layer Cake, thanks for the follow. And in Naru, yeah, so you're losing a focus skull and 5 shards versus 1 mod. Yeah. Is that worth it? I don't know. Does Nourish work in Titanius 4? Yes. Oh, yeah, that's the good stuff. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Guess what, chat? We're gonna speedrun, y'all. We're gonna speedrun your builds and mods. How's this first slam? Siber. Melee Kareen. Initial combo, very nice. Corrupted charge along with that. I mean, if you're doing the heavy slam build, you might want to think about replacing maybe Organ Shatter for Killing Blow. And then maybe switching out Sacrificial Seal for Galvanized Steel to counteract that minus. Slam builds? Yeah, slam builds are still very popular. Slam builds are, like, until they change the way slams fully function, and, like, the Nero set still does work decently. It's just not as buzzed as it used to be. I like that a lot, actually. That's super cool. I think I would make this blue a little bit darker, though. If this was mine. Like, 1 or 2 shades darker, not too much. But I do like the way that looks. Rogue, Anadaruk. Fire rate, multi-shot, critical damage, magazine capacity. I mean, magazine capacity doesn't matter. I wouldn't use Shred on here, Rogue. It's got infinite body punch through. I wouldn't use Shred. I would use Vile Acceleration. Which wouldn't even need a new Forma. You just put that over there and you put Vile Acceleration there. Minus 15% damage, but then you're getting 45, 90% more fire rate. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, switch up to Turbo. Otherwise, it takes you a second. Bye! Yeah. Holy crap. I just saw a photo of, like, the upcoming Michael Jackson movie, biopic movie, being played by, I'm guessing it's his son. Wow, he looks a lot like his dad. Holy crap. Hope so. When your menus, your WASD, move your mouse cursor, any way to disable this. I have no idea, but if you find out, let me know. It's his nephew? Oh, okay. But damn, you can see the similarities. Looks basically the same as his uncle. Like, holy crap. That was, like, uncanny valley. Riaz, Roar over the 4 now? Yeah, I mean, as long as you don't have any survivability problems, right? This is, like, super good. Between adaptation and Aegis, you should be fine for survivability. And, like, if you bring a companion with, like, some form of shield regenerator, that might be good. Sabretooth, you again? Ooh, that's a cool looking Octavia, actually. Again, I hate this Octavia skin, but I do like that. You might want to change the shoulders. There are some shoulders that have the shiny metallic effects that would match what you have on your Octavia. That's the only thing I would say, because sort of that, oh, but you know what? It brings the pale purple from here, the non-shiny purple from here in. Ooh, never mind, maybe. Douche Lord, a no-go. No co-co-co. No co-co-co. No co-co-co, no. Aegis, adaptation, you gain more shields by reroute, jumping into the balls. Balls. Multi-augmented, Aegis. High range, good strength. Yeah, looks good. Nothing to say on here. Your favorite Rose, welcome on in. Shadow Prime, Valkyr, pink. Very pretty. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I'm the worst LGBT person in the world because I don't pay attention to the flags. This is the trans pride flag color scheme, right? Or is this the bisexual pride flag color scheme? I always forget. However, that looks really good. I'm not good with remembering that stuff. Blessing, persistence. Okay, so I don't really know why people are putting persistence on Valkyr. I need to find whoever made a video about arcane persistence on Valkyr and tell them they're dumb. I don't care if they're my friends. That doesn't make you a bad LGBTQ person. No, I'm the type of person who's like, I do what I do. I don't I don't really care about those labels for me personally. Why are you using persistence? Is this a Brozyme thing? Brozyme, what do you do with your life? Her passive is unreasonably good. Outrageously strong. It's the best survivability mechanic in the game. Like it's just stupid. Because this, you cast this once, maybe twice, and you're back up with your passive being high enough. Like, I don't know why you need to run persistence here. What arcanes do I run on Valkyr? Multi-augmented Fury, some combination of increasing melee damage. And if you want to see my Valkyr, it's there. It's just a knee-jerk reaction for the big health pool and big base armor and forget about her passive. Yeah, it just kind of feels weird. Like, I don't really know why people are putting persistence on Valkyr. Like, it's, in my mind, it's just not that good. I guess it does make it so that you have no shield, so that Hunter Adrenaline activates. I guess. But, like, your shields are going to melt anyway. It's only 185. Those aren't lasting. Arcane Persistence is a weird choice. Yeah, so her passive is bonkersly strong. Like, outrageously. You think that's the synergy? Yeah, but like, at that point too, again, 180 shield is not going to survive. Like, these aren't going to exist. And with Nourish, you're going to be fine for energy. Especially since you have Eternal War on here too. Right? Eternal War means that you aren't going to have to recast Warcry, so the only thing that you have that's draining your energy is casting Nourish once every, what? What's the base duration? 25 seconds, so 155, so it's like a 40-second duration on Nourish. So you're casting this once every 40 seconds, you're casting this whenever you want to, and whatever energy you lose on here. I just don't think persistence is necessary for her. And I would say go more strength, because the more strength would be more armor and attack speed. It'll be more energy, it'll be more viral, and it'll be more damage. I'm not a big fan of that. And like, Blessing is kind of fun. But again, like, I've seen people take Valkyr to level cap with no mods on. So I just kind of feel like it's not super necessary. Yeah, I run Valkyr's, I run Lightcast on my Valkyr too. With the status priming companion. It's really good. Yeah, I just don't think Arcane Persistence or Blessing are super necessary on here. I do like the idea of having just obnoxious amounts of survivability. Like, I respect that, and I get that. Because you'll be only taking health damage. You'll be constantly healing yourself with Hysteria. You have the passive as a secondary fallback in case something insane happens where you don't attack for, I don't know, with this much health. Where you don't attack for, like, 8 seconds. Without activating the passive at all. But I just feel like this is not necessary. These two arcanes. I do like the idea, though, just like unreasonably tanky. I am here for unreasonable tankiness. On your talons. Influence. Yeah, I don't like influence on her. She's got a 16% status chance. A 10% base status chance. So even with Weeping Wounds, this isn't getting that high. Melee Kreen on talons? No, we got influence here. Yeah, no, Melee Kreen on her talons is really good. Melee Kreen on her talons is really good. Exposure is really good. I run Exposure. Melee Kreen is also very good on her. Just because of the super low status chance, I'm not a big fan of melee influence on here. If it works for you, it works for you. And you do have such high range that it should be activating fairly reliably. Right? Because you also have 100% follow through, and you got such high base range. And then you got Weeping Wounds, helping it up more, and you got Galvanized Elementalist with 120. So you're probably sitting at it close to, like, what? What is this? 4.4 plus 1.2 times 10 plus 10 plus 6. So you're sitting at about a 72% status chance on here when you have Weeping Wounds maxed out and Elementalist active. So that actually would activate Influence fairly frequently. So it's certainly not bad. But, I I just kind of like going more damage on her personally. Also, I really, really hope that you're using some purple shards here. You have galvanized steel, but some purple shards will help you too. 8 tips for someone coming back to Warframe, haven't played in 2 to 3 years? Yes. The tip is, do your quests. Do your main story quests. There's been quite a number of quests here in the past couple of years. Do these. Do your story quests. Once you're caught up on your story, then the next thing I would recommend is do a game mode called Arbitrations if you haven't done these yet. These have been around for a while, so you may know about these already. But Arbitrations have some of the most important mods with survivability and damage. So definitely do these. And then otherwise, the other thing that I would say is remember that Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. It's a slow burn game. Don't like get annoyed that you aren't doing what the people who do this for a living do. Don't be annoyed that you aren't, you know, succeeding right away. Warframe is a marathon. It is not a sprint. It is a game that you improve steadily over time, unless you throw a lot, like throw platinum at it, right? And trade with players and so on and so forth. And the other thing that I would always recommend too is make sure that you are trying new frames and new weapons constantly. Don't get stuck into a singular playstyle. Don't get stuck into like that type of stuff. Don't get stuck into a singular frame, singular weapon, singular playstyle. Make sure that you're testing out things because the game's really changed in the past 2 years. Like statuses got completely different, new warframes, new systems, new arcanes on melee weapons, arcanes on primaries and secondaries, arcanes on arc guns even now. So a lot has changed in the game. So like, yeah, just take it slow. Yeah, because Valkyr has 100% follow through on her exalted weapon, like all exalted weapons, the extra range from spring-loaded blade is actually really, really strong on her. Right? 100% follow through on a weapon really, really improves his overall damage output, like by a really startling amount, actually. A really, really startling amount. Okay, on to the next. Naga, what you got? Equinox. Ooh. This is why the Nami solo is incredible, precisely. I like that. I'm not a big fan of the helmet. I feel like the helmet's clashing with the rest of the armor. That's the only thing I would say. Peaceful Provocation, Augur Secrets, Blind Bridge. Peaceful Provocation, what does this one do again? Are you playing day form or night form with this build? Impetus. So I guess you're having a companion activate Impetus. I don't know if that's intended or if that's a bug. I don't know if that's intended or if that's a bug. You're playing day form? Okay, so you're going for the maim nukes. Converts damage done to enemies into additional strength. Yeah. Okay, so you have a status priming companion to activate this. Yeah, for the extra efficiency. Don't forget that seismic bond also gives you efficiency. Seismic bond will give you an extra 30% efficiency from your companion's attacks. So just make sure that if you're having energy problems, it's a really good way to solve that problem or help solve that problem. Cool looking Zephyr. Not a big fan of the signed on here. I don't think that signed on is the right signed on for me, but I do like the rest of that. Rhino, listen, okay, I hate black and red, but that actually looks sick. This is one of the best skins in the game, and it's one of the oldest skins in the game. This one here. Barky, how dare you? No, you. Palatine, yeah, the Palatine skin is just so nice. Verglass, whose Verglass is this? Red metal, this better have a bunch of crit. Nice. So the only thing with companion weapons that everyone seems to forget about, and they just slap these on kill effects are only existing and functioning if you are using a rifle yourself and have these buffs active. Otherwise, these do not function. So if you're using a shotgun, these will not activate. If you're using your secondary, these will not activate. So keep that in mind, that if you're using different weapons, you may need to swap these out to their other counterparts. Otherwise, what you have here is really, really nice. Critical chance, heat, critical damage. You do the fired up shenanigans. It does so much damage. Vex-ish. Obi Trice. No playing, no games. Ooh, I like that. Ooh. I should replace the galvanized mods with the basic ones then? Yeah. If you're not bringing your rifle, bring the standard ones. I like that Obi. Vitality. I mean, Umbral Vitality to go with Umbral Intensify. More health, more power strength out of it. Universal Fallout, Persistence. You know, with Universal Fallout, Persistence is probably a dead mod on here. Or dead Arcane. This will spawn, like, between this, and this, you'll be spawning nearly infinite Universal Orbs. You will literally be tripping over them. So, especially with Hallowed Reckoning. Even more so. Why is growing power so good? Because it's a free 25% power strength in an aura slot. Aura slots are usually not super necessary. They're just kind of like an extra... I mean, I'm not going to lie. Most people use aura slots just for the extra mod capacity. Right? So getting a free extra 25% power strength on top of that? Hell yeah. Power strength is one of the biggest limiting factors for a lot of builds' damage. So the more power strength you have, the happier you are. 325? What do you mean 325? Okay. You get a free 25. Free. Not 3. But that does make sense. Why why that came across as that. Yeah, so Umbral Intensify to go with, or Umbral Vitality to go with Umbral Intensify. I would say that you probably don't need Persistence here. You're gonna have so much radiation here. So much radiation and so many Universal Orbs that Persistence is basically never going to be activating. Unless you go into, like, and you're dealing with a boss fight, right? Like, that's always the other thing, and maybe that's why you want to use this. Is this for when you face off against, like, a boss, or you face off against a mini-boss, or there's just no enemy density, and that's why you want to use this, which I totally get. But I just think that it's not super necessary, especially if you're using Fallout. Blessing might be better here. I mean, honestly, just more strength would be better here. Increase the amount of armor you're getting, increase the amount of armor you're giving, increase the amount of health regeneration, all of that. Like, if you have Universal Fallout and Hallowed Reckoning and and you're casting Reckoning fairly frequently, you're never going to be actually taking damage, right? Oh, sorry, and you have to move 3 feet to the left, and then move 3 feet to the right, so that you can pick up those health orbs and the Universal Orbs. I just feel like you don't need Persistence on Oberon. Like, I'm all for slapping Persistence on anything and making health tanks out of anything because I love health tanking. But, like, if you want to lean into Arcane Persistence, I would maybe take off Universal Fallout and go a different direction. I would say one of these two I would remove. But it's up to you which one you want to remove. And then Umbral. Otherwise, the rest of this is really, really solid. You may want to switch this down to an Augur mod, right? Run the 275. Also, for what it's worth, is Hallowed Reckoning or Hallowed Ground does give you status immunity. And remember, knockdowns are a status effect. So you could also save yourself some range, get yourself some more power strength or something else. But I do understand people wanting to use Prime Sure-Footed with Oberon for if you're moving and you're not putting down your Hallowed Ground, or you're in a mission where you're not going to be using Hallowed Ground very frequently, or, you know, yada, 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 circumstances. So, like, I do understand people putting Prime Sure-Footed onto Oberon just for when you aren't in your Hallowed Ground, right? So, like, I get where this maybe is coming from. But, yeah, I would say choose one of these directions, not both. This is so incredibly powerful from the amount of health orbs being spawned by this, Synth Deconstruct, the amount of armor you're getting from here, the amount of armor that you're getting in health. I would say one or the other. I wouldn't go both. Let's say you're getting a cardinal weapon that applies heat to the weapon. Does that combine with your elements, or is it separate? Yes, it does combine with your elements. There's a few exceptions to that, but typically speaking, it combines with your elements. Like, for instance, on like the Hate Incarnate, where the projectile gets heat, the main attack doesn't get heat, so it won't combine into that, but it will combine into radiation if you're doing an influence hate build for the projectile. The projectile will gain radiation, but your main direct attacks will still be doing electric. So, just like some things there. But typically speaking, yes, it does always combine. Nice build. Nice build there, Vex. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break, and then we'll take a look at some other people's builds here, and then we'll, you know, just chill and vibe and hang out. So we gotta run some ads every once in a while so that new people don't get brutal ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, do you want to support the community, switch up to Turbo. Otherwise, good night. See you in a second. Raging Gremlin, did you get fed after midnight? Best heavy blade stance? I like what is it called? It's the one that starts with a C. Cleaving Whirlwind. I like Cleaving Whirlwind. The forward block combo makes you spin like a top. It's really funny. I think the higher damage one is Tempo Royale. I think this one's still the higher damage one. But Cleaving Whirlwind, just the spinning around is just, it's just a ton of fun. Yeah. Turning random frames into health tanks. You mean like Comey you're working on right now? Yeah, I was working on the Comey persistence health tank build as well. Yeah. No, it's not just hold E, Deathman. It's very important. You hold E, you hold W, and you hold right mouse click. You do 3 buttons at once. Cleaving Whirlwind makes you stumble, which is funny. Yeah, but if you have an attack speed, it's not really a stumble. It's just you're taking a quick breath and you're like, okay, more murder. Like you stumble, but you're actually just like, oh man, I need a breath. Okay. So yeah, Cleaving Whirlwind, the forward block combo is just a ton of fun. It's just super good. Alternatively, you do all the spins and then slide attack, then back to spinning. Yeah, exactly. I like Cleaving Whirlwind the most. I know that Tempo Royale, or if I remember correctly, Tempo Royale is technically the higher damage one. Because remember, stances do actually have damage multipliers in them. But I like Cleaving Whirlwind the most. Also, for statuses on some, yeah. I'm fat and lagging. Story of my life. My brain lags all the time. There's a reason why we have a dial-up noise in our sound alerts. But if you joined our Discord there, we have a Music House channel, and I've got my playlist in the pinned comments there. Oh. How's it going? Decent way to build Portia? Yeah, if you type in push point Portia, you'll see my build for her. It's mainly based around playing her turrets. Because I like the turret build. And the 4 gives me motion sickness, so I just don't play around the 4 stuff. But Portia, depending on how you want to play her, is typically like high strength, high duration. Going more into duration than strength, if I'm being honest. Because the turrets gain multiplicative damage based off of how many shots they fire. You know, since you came to the streams and your shorts on YouTube help a ton, might just join. You should. Hey, Korik, how you doing? What you up to? Okay, let's take a look at what you got here, player. Cool King. What's assume? You think of putting on to Comey? Persistence Comey, you're going Blood Altar route for the easy healing. I didn't really decide what I was going with yet. I haven't really spent a lot of time messing around with that build just yet. Debilitate. Gotta go do something. No worries, bro. Go rest. Go relax. Acid Shells, Clip Delegation, Galvanize Hell, Galvanize Savvy. Especially with Debilitate, you're going to be putting out so many status effects that you will certainly get more damage than this. Shotgun Barrage, you might want to swap this into the Magnetic mod. It gives you 40% fire rate, gives you another element, which then will give you 2 elements because of Debilitate. You got Gas Electricity on here, so you'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 if you run the Magnetic and Galvanize Savvy instead. Which is actually pretty dang close to how I play my my build too. You're so important. You love you all. Love you too, Rogue. Be safe. Hope you have a good rest of your night. We'll see you Tuesday. Oh man, I didn't stretch last night, and it's really showing today. I'm at that age where I gotta stretch like multiple times. Yeah, if you I think in this Sobek build, I do have my Debilitate build in that Sobek short. Soren no Kitsune. Persistence, Blessing. Yeah, so if this is more where I would go if I was doing a Persistence Blessing, like a Persistence build with him. But you don't need this. You are gonna have 1 billion armor from these 3. You do not need health conversion. You will have an unreasonable amount of armor just from these 3. Like 5,000 armor. That's not a joke. Like a truly obnoxious amount of armor. So like this would be adaptation instead. Or anything else. Probably range, honestly. Make this range. But I think we saw that earlier. The boy. Crux, yep. Heat, damage to infested. Oh, we saw this earlier as well. Hold on. Where are we? Hold on. I got timestamps here. Here we go. This is where we are. Bratton. Cold corrosive, so it'll turn into blast and still apply cold from primary frostbite on direct hits. Shred is really nice because it's the extra fire rate and the punch through, so then you can land headshots across multiple enemies and charge the incarnate faster. Cold critical chance minus slash. Minus slash is a little bit rough, but like, it's not that big of a deal. The critical chance in the cold is super nice because then you're also getting critical damage here, and you're gonna be sitting at some really beefy crit numbers. Really, really beefy crit numbers. The only thing that I would do here is I would switch out Duration for Galvanized Aptitude. I'm usually playing this weapon for the direct hits anyway. You're not usually playing with the AoE. It's got such a small AoE that doesn't really matter. And I don't think this is one that gets multiplicative gun co, but you have so many status effects here that you'll generally be doing more there. Is like 260? Nice. That's tasty. Then what I would do with that in mind, I would switch out your rifle ammunition for vigilante supplies. 5% chance, A, it gives you ammo, but also B, it gives you a 5% chance for you to go up in crit tier. So 5% chance to really amp up your damage from critical damage. Really, really amp it up. Really, really toasty. Did we see Uriel? We did. I'll wait with you. Saginator, what you got? What's this? Tazakor. Oh, what's the Tazakor? Why are you going all in on radiation? Why are you going radiation when you already have radiation? Is there something else here? Adaptation, misses walls, Avenger, Hotshot, Intensify, Redirection. Okay, so you're kind of playing a shield tanking. That's kind of fun. Do you have a way to regenerate your shields? I guess the Sentinel. Nice. Since you sent a Tazakor. Secondary Radiate. There's why you're running Radiation. There's why you're running Radiation on your companion, because you got Secondary Radiate so that your pistols will hit in an AoE. I just had a funny idea. I want to go try that out real quick. Does that work like that? Hold on. I want to try something. Be right back. One moment, please. Quick 5 minutes in and out. Just quick 5 minutes in and out in the semi. I swear, it's only 5 minutes. I swear. I swear. I swear it's it. I swear it's it. It's on there for now because you haven't got the vigilante one. Yeah, so just when you get to the vigilante one. Hold on. Dang it. Dang it. Hey, Zenos, why did you spend 952 forma last year? I don't know, man. What's my opinion on the Void Shell skins? Beauty in the Eye of the Beholder. If you like it, you like it. Never mind. Never mind. I was wondering if this was going to be enough status chance to make radiation apply enough for secondary radiate, and it wasn't. Okay, it was a quick 5 minutes in and out. So yeah, you're using a companion to get the radiation procs out so that you can beams don't get headshots. I don't think that they... What do you mean? What? Beams don't get headshots? No, beams get headshots. What? Like beam weapons? Like the Galaxian? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. There's nothing in here for continuous fire that says they don't get headshot multipliers. Yeah. It's like, whenever people ask me, like, no offense or anything, cool guy, this is not to be insulting. Whenever people ask me, like, questions that are so out of left field, I'm just like, am I crazy? Am I the crazy one, or are you the crazy one? And which one of us is the crazy one here? Otherwise, the synapse trait would be useless. I mean, also, to be fair, Hero, the synapse could just be the exception to the rule. Right? Sometimes things like that exist where things are exceptions to the rules. They just don't get the bonus damage? Yeah, and I think that the Ignis is the exception to the rule in that case. Why don't I do it? Because it's now a meme that anytime that someone asks me to do it, why I haven't done it, it gets pushed back a day. So congratulations, Kev to Horny Dragon. I know it's not that. It's Kev Thorny Dragon. We had this bit yesterday. So now it's 6 months and 2 days aced. Now it's 6 months and 2 days. Go Herrick, what you got? 6 months, why? Because that's how many times people have asked me. How many people ask? That many. Everybody does it. And I don't care about mastery rank now. I don't need it anymore. I don't need legendary cores. Anyone want to bet how much endo I got? I don't need freaking... I don't need legendary cores. How? I play this game for 40 hours a week at minimum. Just in ammo cases, I have 132,000 endo. Message failed to, yeah, that's, you lost connection to the chat server. So you, maybe EU servers are down or something if you're in the EU, or maybe just something happened. Donate some to you? No, I can't do that. No. No, I can't. I mean, I could technically share my endo with you all because I do have a couple hundred statues. But no. I do have a couple hundred statues. I could share with you. But I'd have to charge. I would have to levy a fee. Oh, Urianshe. My milkshake bringeth them all to the yard. Yeah. This is what happens when you play the game for 40 hours a week. Is you just end up hoarding stuff. Could be a giveaway item. I mean, I'm kind of debating it. Like, we're gonna be doing a what are we doing? A subathon at the end of the month of February. For my birthday and partnerversary with Twitch. Phantasm is a shotty. It is a little bit funny that it's a shotgun. It is a little bit odd. Because it's a flamethrower. It feels like it should be a rifle. Thinking about changing viral. Changing off of viral. Why Killing Blow? Why Killing Blow? You don't have a Tennokai. $2x heavy attack? You're getting one? Okay, yeah. So, but even then, I probably wouldn't use Killing Blow. I would probably lean more into its just general elements. You always see my YouTube shorts, but never do you stream on Twitch. You were here yesterday. I literally, hold on. You always see my YouTube shorts. Kevin, we gotta have a chat. Kevin, we gotta have a chat. Kevin, we really gotta have a chat. You really, really gotta have a chat. Because every single short that I do, every single one, every single one, hold on, this is being fucking YouTube. And as always, sub for more tips and swing by my Twitch if you need any help. Kevin, we gotta have a chat. Every single one of my shorts has this. I'm kidding around. Caught in 4K. Clip it and ship it. I'm kidding. I don't expect people to watch every single second of my shorts. You're so used to don't forget to like, sub, etc. at the end when you hear outros, your mind goes blank. And to be fair, you're not wrong. I don't mind you. I mean, I'm not blaming anybody for doing it. Usually people do. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I specifically put the builds at the end of the short to try to get people to continue watching the whole short. It is a tech that I use. I won't lie. It's specifically for viewer retention rates. Going back to the Dark Dagger, I would probably switch off of viral. I think that you're probably not wrong on that. Because you already got elementals on here, probably I would put in a damaging element, blast or gas. And I also probably wouldn't use Killing Blow on here. Probably like another element or something there. Aren't daggers useless in the game? Very inefficient? Oh my god, you again with your efficiency joke? No, they're just trying to rage bait people. They're just rage baiting. They came in, tried to rage bait me by saying that's not very efficient. You've only got 45% efficiency. And then I just gave them the, you know, Zenosfire explaining something. Yeah. It's just deceived. Stares at Okina. True and real. But to be fair, that's 2 daggers, not 1 dagger. How do you remember you? Because we did the whole Kev Thorny Dragon thing yesterday. Remember? You said, hey, you're the first person to not say Kev T Horny Dragon. And I'm like, yeah, it's Kev Thorny Dragon. I'm dyslexic and I saw that. See? I deceived. Whenever do a video on the hate, type !hate. Hey, cool guy, we have a chat. Hey, cool guy. You don't have notifications on YouTube, do you? I'm kidding. Okay, we gotta run one quick guy break here. You're heading out, douche lord. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. We'll catch you later. The next vaulted frame. What was after Grendel or Goss? What was after Goss? I remember. Ad break. Enjoy. Was it Protea after Goss? Yeah, so it'll be Protea next. You asked any curiosity? It's all good, cool guy. I'm just kidding around. Don't worry, I'm just joking around. I'm a meme. I'm like the quiet meme guy. Just like I do the deadpan humor. A Warframer to have the attention span and not a short-term memory loss? True and real. Also, we can't read. Reading is hard to do, especially for Warframe players. And you're the Loud Hawk 201. Mods, can you please check Mustard's message history to see how many Hawk 2 jokes we had today? Thank you. And then dish out a 10-second timeout if it was more than 3. We're basically Dragon Ball fans, true and real. Have you guys covered any site builds? Yeah, I've got a site build. Type exclamation site. Was that the first time today? Oh, Mustard, you're safe for now. I figured after 7 hours you'd have been. That was his second. Unfortunate. We almost got him this time. We'll get him next time, chat. We'll get him next time. No, it's a joke. It's a joke between it's a meme in the community with Mustard. Mustard's only allowed to say 3 Hawk Tuah jokes, and has to have a sub in order to be able to make Hawk Tuah jokes, which is now just turned into a competition within the community to gift Mustard a sub every month. Which is mildly hilarious. You're watching me give it the Hawk Tuah? Yeah, I'm into it. D&D Magic players also can't read? No, that's not true. D&D players definitely can read. Because D&D players, if there's one thing D&D players love more than a Sorelock, it is to rules lawyer with the DM and prove them wrong. If there's one thing I know D&D players love more than anything else in the world, it is that. See you Tuesday. Thank you for the stream and birthday wishes, everyone. I hope they have a good rest of your birthday. You're the rules lawyer type? Yeah, that's true. Okay, we're back from the outbreak. Koyark. What do we got? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really use this weapon. I don't really like this weapon, so I don't really know much about it. One thing that I would point out on this weapon is that you've gone for crit chance. Oh, right, Sentient Surge. Duh. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that I would have a question on here is, like, how often is this happening? What's your take on the recent mod crackdown in Warframe? Tons of bans recently. I think it's probably just they're doing ban waves because that's how games do ban waves. They do it in batches like that. So that people can't adapt to cheats fast enough. That's standard game management. It's completely standard. It's not a recent mod crackdown. It's just they do bans in waves because they've diagnosed where the problem is, how people are cheating, how people are manipulating, how people are doing things, and then patch it and then ban people once it's patched. That's completely standard. Like 10,000%, literally every single game. That's, to me, nothing new. How do you submit a build? Just send it to me in game. You go into your arsenal, you click here, go here, click here. No, I don't really watch any fights, so I don't know what you're talking about. I don't watch any fighting sports these days. I find them boring. Shroom! I'll fight Shroom though, but only for a sandwich. Yeah, that's an itis. Shroom! 5 of them? Green and purple. Green and purple. You want my PB&J? You got a PB&J at home. 1v1 you? Okay, I'll fight you. Archon stretch. You already want range because you're running Gastro. Give it more range. Put Archon stretch. The Waffle House index? Yeah, of course I do. Yeah. Range, Archon stretch, go. Gastro circumvent. I forgot to test this. Does pulverize make... Does this count as a roll when you do the catapult to activate circumvent? I forgot to test that. You haven't even messed with the efficiency here? Yes, you do. It does activate it? Lol. Why are you running 4 augments? What are you doing? What is happening here? Why are you running 4 augments? What is... Seek help. Why are you running 4 augments? You'll be the round card girl for that fight? Listen, if both of you come to TennoCon, we'll do it. Stop it. Get some help. Just don't do the drugs. Thanks, Michael Jordan. You fucking useless ad PSA. Just stop doing drugs. Let's not solve the underlying problems of your drug addiction. Just stop doing it. Psycho. I mean, back then that was the 80s, so like whatever, but you know. It's like, what are you doing? Nourish over the 2. Is that the one that people usually put Nourish on? And people usually put it over this. But I guess we want to go fast. Thermal Sunder, high range, steadfast, that you get free casts, Aegis, fast deflection tech for survivability. Rush, yeah, looks good. Looks good to me. Bonds boy, what you got? Clap your hands. Wait, didn't we see this earlier? No, we didn't see this earlier. The only thing I would say on here is some form of like survivability, right? Mock Rush charges red line passive thing? Oh yeah, that thing. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I would say here is like, how are you regenerating your shields for adaptation? That's my only question. The rest of this is good. You got Aegis, which will help a little bit. But this certainly looks like it's going to be a build that's leaning on a companion for your shield gen, which is fine if that's what you're good with. Kev, Tawny Dragon. You're just that good. Built diff. Word. Glaive Prime. Don't use duplicate. Nope. You've fallen into the trap. You've fallen into the trap. That is duplicate. Duplicate. Base crits. Base crits are yellow crits. If you're doing the heavy slam build, the heavy attack build, which you are, this crit chance is much higher because of this guy. So this is only on yellow crits. This only works on yellow crits. So once you go into orange crits, this no longer functions. You will certainly be inside of that area. Because of this guy. You know, ×2, so you're getting a lot more crits out of this. So, and you got ×2 here as well. Yeah, don't use duplicate. If you don't like influence, you could go vortex and throw a magnetic on here. You could go exposure. You could go Korean. Korean could actually be pretty funny. Roll through enemies and then throw the blade at them for multiplicative damage. That could be really funny, actually. The other thing to keep in mind is that you got 2 sources of base damage here, right? If you have a Status Prime and Companion, this makes sense. If you're just doing both for like whatever elements are there and then you have this, sure. But you could probably replace this with something else. But not bad. Not bad at all. I would probably replace Condition Overload with Corrupted Charge. Just so that you have more heavy attack or initial combo counter. Ooh, the minus heavy attack efficiency here. But I guess you got the combo counter, so it don't really matter. Ember! Kelly Blow only applies to the explosion, not the throw. Yeah, but they're playing for the heavy attack, so... Based off of the heavy attack stuff there, I'm assuming they're going for the heavy explosion. Basically, if you see a glaive and you see this mod on it, they're going for the heavy explosions. There's very few times where you're putting this on a glaive and not going for the heavy explosions. More flamethrower weapons? I'm with you. Volatile quick return? Yeah, that's another one. That's another... somewhere between these two says we're going for heavy explosions. Somewhere between these two. Your Ember. La Ember. Nourish over the 1 for energy regeneration, viral for your weapons, hot shot. So it looks like you're playing more of a weapon platform. Not everyone knows the glaive heavy attack, the explosions you throw, since a heavy throw that does heavy attack speed from the mods. Yeah, I mean, it's totally fair. But like most people, if you're going for glaives and you got both of those on there, you're probably going for heavy attack explosions. Probably. Okay, I wouldn't run adaptation here. Right? If you're playing Ember, you're generally going to be surviving through your Overguard generation from Healing Flame. Adaptation doesn't work on Overguard. You could go more range, you could go more strength. I would probably go more strength instead of adaptation, because you got lots of range here. One other thing that is something I like to do is, again, Archon stretch instead of regular stretch, because you get energy per second. But then someone's going to say, but wait, she has a channeled ability. This is only a channeled ability when it's at its max 90%. And you can just turn it off. And then turn it back on. And then you're good to go. So that's what I would do, probably. I would switch this out. More strength, more range, somewhere in there. The rest of what you have here is actually really solid. But you are going to be surviving mainly through your Healing Flame stuff. Just keep that in mind. Terra, Chroma. High strength. Range? Why are you running range on your Chroma? That's so many. This really is the Chromatic Dragon. It's Tiamat. We've got Tiamat at home. I mean, I know a lot of people actually do like to run range on Chroma so that they can be sort of quasi-support Chroma with these two. Because both of these actually can affect your allies with range mods. So, like, I do actually know people who like to do that, so that's fair. For the buff range? Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. The only thing I would really say is... I wouldn't run Guardian. Maybe the Vex Armor Augment. Guardian Armor for more... Because if you're playing for, like, squad support, Guardian Armor gives your squad 75% damage reduction. And then also gives you healing. And then also gives you... also gives you healing, and also gives you on kills, you and your allies' kills will give Vex armor 1 second duration buff. Or increases duration by 1 second. And then like I would go multi-augmented for more power strength. Probably, right? Chroma's how much strength and strength frame get. Strength frame could get strength the frame. Where can you get the augment? I don't remember what factions have it. But it's one of the pledgeable syndicates. So many Augur Farcon mods. It's Tiamat at home. Neo Nix. What you got? Burstin, overcharge. It's a multi-shot one. More multi-shot. More multi-shot. Or more multi-shot there. Fire rate. I would probably switch out vigilante armaments for fire rate. This thing really likes fire rate. Either prime shred, regular shred, or the augment mod, whatever the truth mod is for it. I wouldn't use this. I would switch out to that. The rest of the build looks good to me though. Volt Prime. What was the text that you said there? Built for burst and overcharge, multi-shot fun. Ooh. Energized acceleration. Zadas. Shock trooper. Precision intensified to force into that. The only thing I would say here is if this was me, I wouldn't run precision intensified because I would want the more strength here, like in the other abilities. So I would switch this out for just a regular umbral intensify personally. That's kind of it. You might have survivability problems on here as well, so just keep that in mind. Like you may want to switch this out for an Aegis or something else, like a circumvent. But I would switch this out for a normal, personally. Okay, we're speed running. Spy hunting, need the strength without kills. Bellicose, crepuscular. Bellicose? No, spy running. Spy running. Precipitipity. So this is just you hacking. Infiltrates that you can get through stuff. Why are you running triple umbras? For the strength? I guess just the strength. Worthy camaraderie. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I see the vision. La, da, da, da. We saw that earlier. Glaive Prime, Glaive Riven, what should you roll on it? Crit chance, crit damage, initial combo counter, element, electricity. Yeah, something like that. And you'd either be replacing this guy or this guy. I mean, honestly, you should be replacing this for Blood Rush anyway. Because you have reflex here, so you'll still be sitting at a decent combo counter. I would switch it up for Blood Rush. Yeah, I would switch it up for Blood Rush. Yeah. And then the Riven would probably go where you got Power Throw. Crit chance, crit damage, melee attack damage, element, initial combo counter. Kind of that area. That area of areas. Boolank. Ooh. Ooh. I actually really like that. I like. Me likey. Malarkey. Melania. Malawi. Mandragora. Madragon. Masonator. Molasses. Malarkey. Madragon, he's nuts. Hey, got him. You shut up for 5 seconds and I finally lost it. You thought I had it in the first place, you fool. You fool of a toque. You fool of a took. Fool. Fool. Okay, sorry, I was losing my mind there for a second. Okay, fine, Smoggin, we'll look at your later on. Okay, hot take. I would definitely be taking advantage of the multi-gun co-on here. Hey, Mira, how you doing? I was supposed to for Goblin's Aptitude. You got neutral damage here, you got neutral damage here. You got good elements. Definitely supposed to for Aptitude. Because Aptitude is bonus, is multiplicative on here for the direct hits with the incarnate form. So that's what I would do. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah. Alrighty, peeps. I'm sorry that you arrived and I am leaving, Mira. I appreciate you. You're wonderful, but I am calling it here for me today. I apologize. But you just got here, well, now you get to go somewhere else. But before we go, hey, Kaiser, thank you very much for the new Prime. Gren, thank you very much for the 8 months tier 1. Voice Guy, thank you very much for the 2 months Prime. Sabertooth Monk, thank you very much for the 11 months Prime. Neos Nexus, thank you very much for the 3 months Prime. Dova, thank you for the gifted sub to Riaz. And everybody else, you have to make me something to eat. You did an 8-hour Warframe stream? Hell yeah. Well, we're gonna go drop you off with another Warframe stream. We're gonna go drop you off with good old Annie Tan. All right, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for the wonderful day today. Oh, and Tara for the sound alerts, and I think someone else on the sound alerts. Hold on, let me double check. We're gonna go drop you off with Annie Tan. We'll be back on Tuesday as per usual. We take Sundays and Mondays to myself. It was just Tara today for the biddies. So I hope you all had yourself a wonderful day. I hope that you all have yourself a wonderful weekend. Please be safe, especially if you're in the stateside with the weather and the States. So take care, be safe, be good to each other. See y'all then.